to take what we want. And the way that we take what we want is by exercising our economic leverage with a general strike across the country. And if their fear is already detectable with just a one-day strike in a single state, imagine how scared they'll be if we do this across the country for a day, or a week, or a month. By the end of it, they'd be fucking begging us to stop. So the smell of fear in the air is further validation that this is the way to go. A general strike is the answer.
Were you acting like a
Thank you, the Humanist Report. I'd like to sub to your channel. I like him a lot more than Hassan.
When I was a kid, I would go to a summer camp every year called Camp Windshake, which was a Christian.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. I hope you're having a great Tuesday, and there's a lot we need to dive into today. But first, let me very proudly say here at the top, you know, I always say that change starts local, but my better half, Lindsay, she's actually doing that and is running for our local school board to look out for all our kids.
Yeah,
more
go
important than
Lindsay
ever, since we have a
DeFranco.
government that seems to want to fail them with cut after cut to basic with vital resources, and a desire to censor history and politicize the curriculum rather than create a strong, safe, supportive place for kids to learn with empowered teachers that actually sets them up to be successful Americans, which I know Lindsay will do. And so one, if you're local to Fulton County in Georgia, I hope you can count on your vote when the time comes this year. And two, for the rest of the of-age Americans watching out there, in addition to supporting your own local candidates, because the elections this year, they really, really matter. If you would like to donate and support at DeFrancoforFulton.com, she would love that, and you can also learn more and get on the newsletter at LindsayForFulton.com. Personally, I'll be helping with my own donations, obviously, then helping get the word out, and then I'm getting out of the way because she is a force of nature. With that said, I've got a job to do, the world is on fire, and there's a lot we need to dive into, starting with this. In this war between Donald Trump and Minnesota, it looks like Minnesota's winning. Because in the wake of Alex Preddy's murder, we're seeing Trump chicken out or back off, or as the bootlickers like to spin it, it's yet another masterful display of the art of the deal, with Trump apparently trying to tamp things down in Minneapolis. And that after Minnesota Governor Tim Walz confirmed what Trump claimed before, that their phone call yesterday went well.
It was cordial. I think he understood this. I told him that this is unsustainable, and I said, quite honestly, you know, no one wants this. Whether it was morality or bad optics and poll numbers, whatever has happened here, there is a definite change of tone. There is definitely a more collaborative tone.
With him then also saying that Trump agreed to let Minnesota conduct its own independent investigations into the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good.
He said he would look into it, and he said, look into it. I hear you. We'll look into it.
As well as saying that Trump would consider drawing down the federal presence in the state.
And I said we just have to reduce these numbers. We started out with that, and he pledged that, look, I'm going to send Tom Holman in. We'll do things differently.
Now, as of Monday, DHS said approximately 3,000 ICE and Border Patrol agents were in the Minneapolis area. And currently, it's unclear how many have left, if any, but reportedly some agents were expected to depart with their tails between their legs, alongside the man who has been called the provoker-in-chief, the little Napoleon, and Gestapo Gregory Bavina. And he's been the Border Patrol's commander-at-large in Minnesota. You probably saw him doing these press conferences, even personally throwing tear gas at protesters. And well, now, even though we're seeing some mixed reporting, according to The Atlantic, he's returning to his former post in El Centro, California, where he's expected to retire soon. And of course, this notably after he's been the face of Trump's mass deportation policy on the ground for months, showing up in Chicago, Charlotte, New Orleans, and then Minneapolis. And of course, he's also one of the officials who's been spreading this utter bullshit about Alex Preddy.
The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. A Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
And then also with this, when CNN's Dana Bash pressed him on why he thought Preddy intended to massacre federal agents, he actually blamed Democrats for putting the idea in Preddy's head.
They're trying to portray Border Patrol agents and ICE agents as Gestapo, Nazi, and many other words. Did this individual fall victim, as many others have, to that type of heated rhetoric?
You know, on what's believed to be his way out of the state, you had Minnesotans giving him a farewell, with protesters blowing whistles and banging pots and pans outside of the hotel where they believed that he was sleeping. Though there you had police saying that eventually escalated with people damaging property and throwing objects at officers.
I hereby declare this an unlawful assembly. Leave the area completely peacefully. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subject to police action.
With reportedly some 26 people being arrested and everyone else dispersing by around 10 p.m., allowing the leader of the Lollipop Guild to sleep soundly after getting tucked into bed by his homies. So perhaps he didn't get the most sound sleep because you had CNN reporting that DHS had suspended his access to his own social media accounts. So for many right now, they felt like it was unclear why, because his online jabs at Democratic lawmakers were kind of relatively tame for a Trump official. But, you know, while many critics, they're celebrating what they're seeing as a victory, you have others skeptical, arguing that it seems like he's just kind of the fall guy for the Preddy shooting, if anything. Right, and arguing that if that's the case, there are even worse figures who would keep their jobs. You know, people pointing to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, Vice President J.D. Vance, and of course you can't forget FBI Director Kash Patel. And actually on the note of Patel, in addition to the comments that he made about Alex Preddy, he just told Benny Johnson that the Bureau, they're investigating protesters' Signal group chats in Minnesota.
So there is now an open investigation into these chats and into this coordinated network.
Yeah,
Because
what I can say.
some of them are fleeing. Some of them are very scared now. You can see their chats. They're very, very worried now that they have been exposed.
Well, they should be. If they broke the law, you should be worried. It's that simple. If you didn't break the law, there's really nothing to worry about.
But again, with all this, you have many arguing that these high-profile figures, they're just
But
kind of the
these
tip of
people
the
didn't
iceberg
break
when
the
it
law
comes to
that
the
you
rock
killed.
within the Trump administration. Are people noting that government agencies have made dozens of posts over the past month on their official social media accounts that include far-right iconography, with some of the more recent examples being the White House posting Which Way Greenland Man, with some claiming that echoed the title of a 1978 neo-Nazi book, Which Way Western Man, which defends Hitler and claims that Jewish people are plotting to destroy Western civilization. We also had DHS posting Which Way American Man with an ICE recruitment ad. Also, the Labor Department posted an image with the words Trust the Plan, which is a notorious QAnon catchphrase. They also, of course, famously posted One Homeland, One People, One Heritage, which, as many have pointed out, is eerily similar to the Nazi slogan One People, One Realm, One Leader. And then finally, at least for what we're talking about today, with the White House and DHS jointly posting an ad with the text, We'll have our home again, which, you know, just so happens to be the name of a song written by a self-described pro-white fraternal order that has been adopted almost exclusively by white nationalist groups. And with that, you had DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin denying that it had anything to do with white nationalism, saying, hey, it's just a coincidence. Then you had the Times noticing that when you open the post on Instagram's mobile app, it plays audio, including the chorus of the white nationalist song. So a reporter pointed that out to McLaughlin, who replied that the Times was participating in a left-wing conspiracy theory. So then, less than 40 minutes later, the Instagram post disappeared, but the same post on X and Facebook, where it doesn't include audio, it remained up. But continuing with Minnesota, reportedly you had Trump meeting Kristi Noem and her top aide, Corey Lewandowski, for nearly 2 hours in the Oval Office. While you had sources telling the Times that Trump never suggested either person's job was at risk, sources also told The Atlantic the opposite, saying they were at risk of losing their jobs. So right now, it's unclear what Noem's standing is with the president, but he does seem to be pushing her aside to at least some extent in Minnesota. Because like we talked about a little yesterday, Trump's sending his border czar Tom Homan in to replace Greg Bovino, and rather than going through Noem, Trump says that he'll report directly to the president. Also, and maybe it's just a coincidence, but you have many, including CNN, pointing out that the president seems like he may have actually gotten this idea from the same place that he gets a lot of his most impulsive ideas, Fox and Friends.
What I would do is just bring Tom Homan in. He should go in there, meet with the mayor and governor, and go in there and take charge.
That was around 6:15 a.m. yesterday, and Brian Kilmeade, who knows that the president often watches his morning show, repeated the suggestion at 7:15 and again at 8:10. And then, once again, could be a coincidence, Trump then announcing 20 minutes later, I am sending Tom Homan to Minnesota tonight. But again, to many, this move has been taken as a signal that Trump is looking to now de-escalate the situation in Minnesota, which he set off, or which, if true, could actually come as a relief to many ICE agents. Because privately, they've reportedly been complaining to journalists about long hours, ambitious arrest quotas, and hatred from the public, among other issues. I mean, you had over 20 current and former immigration officials telling the Times that they were expressing anxiety that the White House was sending them into situations that are increasingly dangerous both for them and local civilians. Some also worried that their agency's reputation were being dragged through the mud, and others feared that the backlash would lead to the abolition of ICE. You then also reportedly had half a dozen DHS officers reaching out to the
abolition of ICE
to express their alarm at the killing of Alex Preddy. As much as I support this administration, there needs to be more common sense in situations like this, not a knee-jerk damage control narrative that does not line up with the evidence on video. As an ICE agent adding, they all carry belts and vests with 9,000 pieces of equipment on them, and the best they can do is shoot a guy in the back. Others also calling ICE's new wave of recruits idiots and honestly pretty sketchy, describing how some of them have what they call weird tattoos. Meanwhile, you've got Minnesota's chief federal judge saying that ICE has failed to comply with dozens of court orders and declared yesterday the court's patience is at an end, with him now ordering acting ICE Director Todd Lyons to appear personally in the courtroom on Friday, saying the court acknowledges that ordering the head of a federal agency to personally appear is an extraordinary step, but the extent of ICE's violation of court orders is likewise extraordinary and lesser measures have been tried and failed. With him also describing all the ways that immigrants' rights are being violated, saying the detention of an alien is extended, or an alien who should remain in Minnesota is flown to Texas, or an alien who has been flown to Texas, released there and told to figure out a way to get home. And these reports, they just keep coming out. Even Fox News reporter Bill Malusian hearing from another half dozen immigration officials who say they've grown increasingly uneasy and frustrated with the lies about Alex Preddy. And the fact that even Fox is airing this criticism may not be random, because other parts of the Murdoch empire followed suit as well. Or the New York Post editorial board writing, "We're glad to see Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem elbowed aside, saying her performance in recent weeks as the situation in Minnesota escalated out of control did not serve the president or the country." Also adding she should be wondering if she herself will eventually be deported from the administration, though at least for now, she seems safe, with Trump telling reporters that Noem will not be stepping down and saying that she's done a very good job. But again, it doesn't end with her, because you had the Wall Street Journal's editorial board arguing that Stephen Miller's undisciplined mass deportation and zero immigration policy is building distrust and becoming a political liability. Right in that, after Stephen Miller called Alex Preddy a would-be assassin. And actually with that, you have the Federal Government Workers Union that Preddy belonged to as a VA nurse demanding that both he and Noem resign, or if they refuse, that Trump fire them. But then on the other side, you have some MAGA voices taking the opposite approach and bending over backwards to defend the killer. Or with some pretty callously arguing that Alex Preddy deserved to be shot, with, for example, Megyn Kelly saying,
"He was there with a loaded gun, looking to cause trouble for the Border Patrol agents, and that trouble came back on him." Like, I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex Preddy, but I don't. I don't. Do you know why I wasn't shot by Border Patrol this weekend? Because I kept my ass inside and out of their operations.
Or with her words kind of getting the most attention out of the batch, people calling her cruel, disgusting, and evil. You also had the likes of Nick Fuentes saying,
"You are showing up to impede federal law enforcement with a loaded gun. Concealed. This is completely justified, 100%. And by the way, I don't care if he's a veteran. I don't care if he's a nurse. I don't care if he's a U.S. citizen. We have fucking laws in this country."
Also over on Fox News, you had the likes of Jesse Waters kind of doing more of a tightrope act, not doing a full finger point, but still saying things like,
"Resisting arrest with a loaded gun is incredibly dangerous. These are the types of things that happen, unfortunately and sadly, when you bring a loaded gun to a dangerous immigration raid, confront agents, and resist arrest."
Though there, in addition to most kind of just disagreeing across the board with these people, you had many disagreeing with the argument that he was resisting arrest, instead saying he was just getting jumped. He tries to help a woman, he has a phone in one hand. When he's getting taken down, he tries to protect himself from falling. And of course, without deep diving like we did yesterday, he was disarmed and then fired on multiple times. Shot in the back by, in my opinion, murdering cowards. You know, while you have many people calling these commentators bootlickers for supporting what's happening, you also have folks like Tim Pool responding to those criticisms by saying,
"So the argument right now is this. I'll put it simply. First of all, when these people come out and go, 'Tim's a bootlicker for defending us,' I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law."
You know, it's important to see all these reactions, see all these takes, because as heartening as it has been for many people to see, like, a lot of normies, people that are kind of middle ground or independents going, what the fuck is happening? Do not forget, there are also people that are actively cheering this on. And it shows you, no matter really what happens, people will find a way to back the Trump administration's actions, no matter what, even if there's also conservative backlash, even if there is video footage, some will not leave his side. And then there's more we're gonna dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, you know, new year, fresh start, and yes, I'm talking to you. You're the person with a side hustle idea that's been aging in your notes app like fine wine that nobody drinks. And I get it, you know, it can feel scary, even overwhelming before you even start, and I said the same thing before launching my book club site. Then I used today's sponsor, Squarespace, and that Someday project went live in under an hour. And it just couldn't be easier to build a site to show things off or start selling content, courses, physical or digital products, whatever you've got in mind. The big things for a lot of people, you want one-time payments, subscriptions, both, done. Plus, they've got stunning templates that look like you hired a designer, and their Fluid Engine editor, it lets you drag, drop, customize, no coding, no stress, no excuses. My team even uses Squarespace for our Daily Dip newsletter, where tens tens of thousands of y'all get your PDS fix in your inbox every weekday. Right? News polls, giveaways, PDS show notes, all run through Squarespace like clockwork. A Daily Dip issue went out today, and your project vision could be next. So hey, take that first step with a free trial at squarespace.com/Phil, or just scan that QR code today, because today is launch day. And just remember, when it's ready to go live, use code Phil to get 10% off and let them know we sent you. But then, getting back into the news, Donald Trump is still weighing military action in Iran, but he now has more options for doing so, and maybe one reason to think that it would lead to the end of the regime there. Because Trump, he already came close to ordering strikes earlier this month in response to the government's brutal crackdown on protesters. But what you saw is that he ultimately decided against it for at least two reasons. One, he was warned that the United States would need more firepower in the region to launch large-scale strikes against Iran, while also protecting American forces and allies such as Israel. And two, he was told that a large-scale strike was unlikely to actually make the government fall anyways. And as far as a lack of firepower, right, because you think the United States were a big military power, that's partly because the nation's most advanced aircraft carrier, the USS Ford, it had been moved out of the Middle East and into the Caribbean to support his campaign against Venezuela. But now what you have is, while that ship deals with a massive $13 billion toilet problem, the USS Lincoln, which was previously stationed in the South China Sea, that is arriving in the Middle East, carrying dozens of fighter jets and nearly 5,000 sailors. Right, it's being accompanied by 3 destroyers, each carrying dozens of missiles and air defenses, along with hundreds more sailors. And the strike group is still reportedly too far away to easily strike Iran, but it is expected to pull closer in the coming days, moving either to the Gulf of Oman or the North Arabian Sea. And with all that, you had one current and one former U.S. official telling the Washington Post that additional military assets are moving into the region as well, but they also won't be there for at least another week. Right, in the meantime, Trump may have been given a reason to second-guess his advisors, who warned that military action really wouldn't lead to regime change. But he's reportedly been on the receiving end of multiple intelligence briefings, indicating that the Iranian government is just growing weaker and weaker by the minute. In fact, according to the New York Times, the report suggests that the Ayatollah's hold on power there is at its weakest point since the Shah was overthrown in the 1979 revolution. And that's not only because of the protests, which seem to have died down, it's also because the country's failing economy, which sparked the protests, that is still getting worse, with the Iranian currency hitting a new record low just today. And even that's without mentioning that many of the militant groups across the region that make up Iran's self-described axis of resistance may also be as weak as they have ever been. Though I'll say there, you did have 2 of those groups threatening to launch new attacks in recent days. There were the Houthis in Yemen suggesting they might resume attacks on shipping in the Red Sea, and Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq warning that any attack against Iran would result in a total war in the region. And you've also got the Iranian government striking a defiant tone. This weekend, for example, they've unveiled a new mural on a giant billboard in central Tehran depicting a bird's-eye view of an aircraft carrier with damaged and exploding fighter planes and bloody bodies strewn on the deck, and the words, "If you sow the wind, you will reap the whirlwind." You're also seeing a senior official warning that Iran has placed its forces on high alert, adding, "We are ready for a worst-case scenario." And they also contrasted the current moment with the 12-day war with Israel over the summer, saying Iran tried to be very restrained, predictable, and measured in its responses to both Israelis and Americans, adding, "This time, we take any attack, limited, unlimited, surgical, kinetic, whatever they call it, as an all-out war against us. And we will respond in the hardest way possible." And with that, Trump hasn't backed down either. He's described the naval vessels arriving in the region as an armada and said that they're on their way just in case he decides to take action. And connected to that, this week, he said in an interview with Axios that the situation with Iran is in flux, while also claiming that they want to make a deal, and adding, "I know so, they called on numerous occasions, they want to talk." And so with all that, you have some people in Trump's orbit reportedly believing that the best path forward is using the regime's weakness to push for a deal. And you have officials telling Axios that any deal would have to include the removal of all enriched uranium from Iran and a ban on independent uranium enrichment in the country, as well as a cap on Iran's long-range missile stockpile and a change in the country's policy on supporting proxies in the region. But that is, others have reportedly been pushing for Trump to just take military action and finish off the regime once and for all. And so you've had Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, saying he spoke with Trump recently and expected the president to follow through on his promise to help Iranians who had been protesting, saying to the Times, "The goal is to end the regime. They may stop killing them today, but if they're in charge next month, they'll kill them then." Graham, he might have a point here. Trump claimed that Iran had halted executions of protesters following his threats. But you've got Iranian officials pushing back against that claim, saying that the judiciary never made a decision like that. And also, regardless of what happens next, what the Iranian government has done so far, it's horrifying. Where the US-based human rights activist news agency says that nearly 42,000 people have been arrested since the protests began. And the total number of confirmed deaths, according to this group, it's more than 6,000. Though notably, the number of deaths still under investigation, that's at over 17,000. And on that note, there are estimates that the true death death toll could actually exceed 30,000. Also, another big thing is that doctors have described injuries suggesting systematic killing and maiming of protesters as opposed to random shootings, saying that the most common were close-range gunshots and severe stab wounds, typically to the chest, eyes, and genitals. Some medical workers reporting that they had received bodies with close-range gunshot wounds while still hooked up to medical equipment, suggesting that they were killed while under active medical care, likely in a hospital. And that's a possibility backed by photographs verified by an Iranian fact-checking organization which show dead patients in body bags wearing hospital gowns with catheters still attached and what appears to be gunshot wounds to the forehead. Also, testimony from morgues, graveyards, and hospitals around the country, they reportedly show a clear effort by authorities to conceal the full extent of the carnage, with witnesses saying that the government has transported the deceased in ice cream vans and meat trucks, as well as hastily burning piles of bodies. And hundreds of the dead, they're apparently disappearing from the country's network of forensic facilities. And then with all this, some of those who have risked their lives protesting in Iran, they say they feel betrayed by Trump's inaction so far, despite his claims to care about them. Though that, of course, is Trump's comments on Iran and their protesters and wanting to protect them. It seems kind of ironic when you consider how he's responded to the protests in the United States. But then also, they seem laughable to many when you consider the fact that his administration has now resumed deportations to Iran. Because if you didn't know, there's been an increased number of Iranians entering the United States in recent years, including many who fear persecution at home. But then, several months ago, despite not having formal diplomatic relations with Iran, Trump struck a deal with the country to accept deportation flights. And actually, just this past Sunday, 14 Iranians were reportedly sent back on what's believed to be the first deportation flight to Iran since the protests began. Though that number is expected to go up, right? There were originally supposed to be dozens of people on that flight, but some were kept off after being exposed to measles. But it's widely believed this is just a delay, right? There are still plans to deport them, and there are concerns that they will just become the latest victims of this regime. Right? I mean, 2 of the men, for example, according to their lawyer, they're gay and face an extremely high chance of being executed if they're forced to return. For now, they're alive, though there are many that can't say the same. Right? And that includes the people that were killed in Trump's attacks on boats that he claimed without giving evidence were carrying drugs to the United States. And actually now some of their families have filed a wrongful death suit over those strikes, marking the first legal challenge to the administration's claim that the killings are lawful. And as far as the specifics of this suit, it was filed in a U.S. federal court, and it claims that Chad Joseph and Rishi Samaru were traveling from Venezuela back home to Trinidad and Tobago when the Trump administration struck their boat, alleging that it was smuggling drugs. But they are saying that neither of these men had any connection to the drug trade, and they had both been in Venezuela fishing and doing farm work and just needed a ride home. Also, the family say that the United States never even informed them that their loved ones had been killed. And instead, both men, they just vanished after telling their families that they had found a boat to take home in mid-October, with Trump then announcing the military had attacked such a boat, killing 6. And this case is actually incredibly significant because it marks the first time a lawsuit's been filed in American courts challenging Trump's strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats off the coast of Venezuela. Right, and the specific strike in question was just the 5th of those attacks, right? There have been 36 that we know about, and 125 people have been killed. Right, and this new landmark legal challenge was brought in federal court in Massachusetts on behalf of the families by the ACLU and the Center for Constitutional Rights. Also, very notably here, the case doesn't name any specific individuals, instead accusing the U.S. government as a whole of wrongful death and extrajudicial killings. In this suit, it challenges the administration's claims that the killings are legal and don't constitute murder because Trump has determined all by himself that the U.S. is in an official state of armed conflict with a secret list of drug cartels and gangs that he has decided are terrorists. A claim that's also been widely contradicted by numerous legal experts in the field who note that Congress hasn't authorized any such armed conflict, and the administration has repeatedly failed to provide any kind of legal explanation for why trafficking drugs to the U.S. can even be considered an armed conflict. And that's the same argument that the family members make in their lawsuit, claiming that there is no legal state of armed conflict just because Trump decided there was. So the rules of war do not apply, and the killings were simply murders. And the suit, of course, also goes on to say that the 2 men were not engaged in activities that presented a concrete, specific, and imminent threat of death or serious physical injury, and noting that there were other means besides lethal force that could have been used to neutralize such a threat. But then, even beyond that, the case argues that if the strike did occur during a legal armed conflict, which, to be clear, it did not, it would still be illegal because it was an intentional killing of civilians who had nothing to do with drug trafficking. Now, a very big thing that's important to note here is that experts say that it is actually generally very hard to win a lawsuit against the government, especially for non-U.S. citizens abroad who aren't covered by the Constitution. But the lawyers for the Trinidadian families, they specifically pointed to a pair of 1920 statutes that make the U.S. government liable for alleged offenses at sea that result in wrongful death and allow family members to sue over those wrongful deaths. And these attorneys have also noted another 1789 statute that allows foreign nationals to sue the U.S. government in federal court over violations of intentional human rights law, including deaths that took place outside of an armed conflict without judicial process. And then there's more we've got to break down, but first, let me take a minute to thank a sponsor and say, I love my work, but sometimes my brain needs like a gentle nudge that says, hey, we're focusing now. And thanks to today's sponsor, Brain.fm, I can, right? It's not just music, it's audio specifically designed to help your brain lock in. I used to throw on random playlists, but half the time I'd end up distracted instead of productive. But Brain.fm, it's different. The sound is built using neuroscience to support focus, relaxation, and sleep. They've got different modes depending on what you need: deep work, power, creativity, motivation, even an ADHD mode. There are also lessons for relaxation and sleep, which is clutch when your brain decides to hold a meeting at midnight. And what I like most is how simple it is, right? You open the app, you pick your vibe, you hit play, and your brain actually cooperates. And this isn't just vibes-based wellness, right? Their tech is backed by research, including studies published in Nature's Communications Biology showing improvements in attention patterns. You know, I use it when I'm writing, prepping, or trying not to spiral into social media for just a second. So hey, if you've been struggling to focus or stay on task, this is worth trying. Just go to brain.fm/DeFranco or scan that QR code to get 30 days free. It's brain.fm/DeFranco for a free month of better focus. Then, getting back into the news, more news you need to know. There are still a ton of people trying to post critical commentary on Trump and ICE, arguing that they're being censored on TikTok. And now, Gavin Newsom's actually launching an investigation into those claims. Right, yesterday, you had a ton of people saying that their videos about ICE either weren't getting posted or they were being suppressed and receiving 0 views. And while TikTok said, hey, actually what's happening is there was a power outage causing technical issues preventing users from posting any kind of content, there were a lot of people just not buying that, especially considering the timing, right? Because TikTok is now under new US ownership in the United States. So you have some claiming that in addition to censoring content about ICE, TikTok was also blocking people from discussing Jeffrey Epstein and DMs. So you had people beginning to test that out, The Verge sending a message out with the name Epstein and being told that the text may be in violation of our community guidelines and has not been sent. So then also they said that they got the same error when just sending the word test, suggesting that this is likely a larger technical issue with DMs and not just about the word Epstein. But still, you had some users only having the problem with his name, right? I mean, one of the people on our team, they sent a bunch of politically charged names and only got blocked from saying Epstein. You also ended up having TikTok addressing the issue, saying to NPR, we don't have rules against sharing the name Epstein in direct messages and are investigating why some users are experiencing issues. And as of this morning, our team was able to send Epstein's name in DMs without any issue. But again, the timing of it all was a very bad look because the second that the app fell into the hands of the US joint venture, it's been plagued with technical issues, and in this climate, many are quickly interpreting these glitches as political interference. Right? So whether or not TikTok's doing this intentionally, it almost doesn't matter. Right? The timing is a perfect storm, and you have tons of people not trusting TikTok's US ownership and seeing this as pro-Trump censorship. And you even had California Governor Gavin Newsom announcing last night, it's time to investigate, saying, I am launching a review into whether TikTok is violating state law by censoring Trump-critical content. And his press office also saying they had independently confirmed instances of suppression, and he's also not the only lawmaker sounding the alarm here. You had one California state senator claiming that TikTok is now state-controlled media, and Senator Chris Murphy writing, I know it's hard to track all the threats to democracy out there right now, but this is at the top of the list. So for their part, TikTok is saying that, quote, it would be inaccurate to report that this is anything but technical issues be transparently confirmed. And that is, you have the White House saying that it is not involved in, nor has it made requests related to TikTok's content moderation. But with all that, for now, I'll say I'm split. I think so far what we've seen may have been technical issues. I'm still waiting to see how things are playing out. Again, I mean, we were among the people getting 0 views while this glitch or whatever it was happening. But the bigger thing that I will say here is for the people that are skeptical, that are not trusting, I think it's healthy to stay that way. Because even if this is not manipulation, it's just a fuck up, which again, I'm leaning towards that for now, I think it's just kind of a matter of time. That's where my belief is. I think rather than them just flipping the switch, I think it's more of a boil the frog situation. Right, TikTok is now partially owned by Trump allies. I think it's more likely they're going to take the time to retrain the algorithm. Maybe we see the psycho button go off before the midterms. Maybe we see the psycho button go off before, I don't know, something else big happen. Maybe even the 2028 election. And that's also why, if you are just a consumer, I highly recommend you follow all your favorite creators pretty much everywhere they post their content. Like just pick up all those shiny things. And as always, if you are a content creator, post everywhere. You never really know when the crackdown could be coming. Then, finally, from that, one last thing you need to know today. The battle between healthcare companies and their workers, it's spreading from coast to coast right now. More than 30,000 Kaiser Permanente employees in California and Hawaii walked off the job yesterday in an open-ended strike for higher wages and staffing solutions. So it's also more than just nurses. We're talking pharmacists, midwives, physician assistants, rehab therapists, dietitians, and more. They're all represented by United Nurses Associations of California / Union of Healthcare Professionals. But with the union's president saying they're walking out because their employer, Kaiser Permanente, unilaterally stopped the bargaining process back in December. They shut down talks with the National Coalition of Labor Groups representing healthcare workers as well as all the local chapters. Though according to Kaiser, that was after the company offered what it described as its strongest national bargaining offer ever of 21.5% wage increase. And that was their counteroffer to the workers' requested 25% wage increase over 4 years. So here you have the union arguing that Kaiser scrapped any discussion for finding solutions to address employee burnout and safety. Though Kaiser Permanente, Southern California, they said it was different. They said it has become clear that the national process is gridlocked. You had them filing a lawsuit last week arguing that the union wasn't coming to the table in good faith. And specifically, they're accusing workers of attempting to coerce concessions by threatening to release a report of compiled allegedly unethical and unsafe Kaiser practices. You have the senior vice president adding that the strike is unnecessary and, quote, designed to disrupt the lives of our patients, and adding, employees deserve their raises and patients deserve our full attention, not prolonged disputes. And with that, the unions responded to the lawsuit by saying that it's without merit and claiming that the company is trying to use a legal challenge to break down bargaining, adding that they remain, quote, committed to the process and to getting a good contract. But the nursing strike problem, it's also not just limited to the West. Nurses in New York City, they've been striking for more than 2 weeks. Some 15,000 workers represented by the New York State Nurses Association, they've been striking against 4 hospitals in the city. Mount Sinai Hospital, Mount Sinai, Morningside, West, and New York Presbyterian. And they're demanding better pay, better staffing, and better protections against workplace violence. Demands that the hospital has maintained are just unreasonable, with Mount Sinai insisting that the nurses are asking for wage increases that'll hike the average salary to $275,000. So that, according to NYSNA, is a gross mischaracterization of their goals, saying that the strike is more about their other demands than about their pay. And with that, you had one nurse on the picket line saying, if they were to move away from the money for just a second, look at the basic needs of human care, maybe they can see what we are fighting for. And other nurses on the picket line, they've been specifically highlighting concerns about insufficient staffing to reporters, telling stories about the hospitals leaving nurses with too many patients to care for all at once. And ultimately, as of now, there's no end in sight for this strike either, with no negotiation scheduled as of Friday. But I will say the nurses did get one substantial win, reaching an agreement with a couple of the hospitals to maintain healthcare benefits. So again, the road ahead could be long, with the New York nurses back on the picket line as of today after taking the weekend off because of the massive snowstorm that hit the city. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Tuesday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news is going to end. Thank you for watching. Also, remember, if you want to be a part of some local change, you can support over at DeFrancoforFulton.com and/or support your local candidates in the primaries and the main races. Change starts local and one person at a time, but really, no matter what you do, I'll see you right back here tomorrow to dive into more news.
When I was a kid, I would go to a summer camp every year called Camp Windshape, which was a Christian summer camp program founded by the same people behind Chick-fil-A. It's like a 2-week thing, so you're staying overnight with a whole bunch of other guys. There's also a girls' camp, but you're separated and then you come together for like one day to do a dance or a relay or something like that. I don't really remember. It was like a mixture of faith-based teaching with like sports and games, and you know, it was fun. It was a summer camp, but you basically had to go to church every morning and evening, which I didn't mind. I really just sat through it to get through all the games, and of course there were good teachings. Every now and then we'd dress up as Native Americans, and they do this thing called council ring, where we sing songs, and looking back at it, it was interesting. I don't want to say they did this to be racist, but it's definitely, you know, insensitive, and they have, of course, stopped doing this. I think there are pictures of me dressed in the, I didn't really think too much of it as a kid. I had fun. So around 2014, I was there for my summer session, and I had a question for my counselor. During this time, the US was bombing Syria as justified strikes against ISIS. And this was a point in my life as a young man where I began seeing the effects of war. And this wasn't like movies, this was real life. I was seeing on the news and online pictures of dead children. As a kid, I felt bad. This was very depressing. So during that session of my summer camp, I pulled my counselor aside and I asked him, hey, counselor, there's children, you know, kids the same age as me that are being killed, dying in this part of the world. And from what I see, a lot of them are not Christian. Most of them are Muslim. I know our faith says that those who do not believe will go to hell, but what happens to these kids when they die? And some of them probably didn't even know what Christianity was. They're not Christians. What happens to them when they die? And he looked at me, and I felt like he was disappointed to say, well, they go to hell. And that probably wasn't the best answer that he could have gave me, but in retrospect, these counselors were kids. I mean, technically, they were in college, but, you know, like as a kid, I was like, well, that makes sense. But that's always been something that I've always thought about in the back of my mind. And yeah. Now, this video isn't about personal faith or spiritual beliefs. I want to analyze what happens when Christian identity becomes a political weapon. Because despite the counselor telling me this, somebody told him this when he was a kid, probably. And somebody told them that. And I feel like that's just the wrong way to look at things. However, make no mistake, many Christians themselves reject the nationalist, bigoted politics that we're about to examine.
Texas, I'm officially filed to become your next congresswoman. So the choice is yours. Vote for me so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas. Save your daughters from getting raped by Mohammed.
Are you even white?
And protect our soldiers from getting murdered in broad daylight.
APAC. Go back. That's the APAC building right there. White Christian men are not going to sit around while you turn our children into a bunch of nigger lovers.
What?
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. The Great Replacement Strategy, which is well underway every single day on our southern border, is a strategy to replace white rural America with something different.
I am opposed to tolerance. Tolerance is not a Christian virtue. And love, in the Christian sense, is very different from the kind of love that people talk about. When he saw things that he didn't like, he literally cracked the whip. He brought the whip out, you know, and that is what he wanted us to be, which is strong and assertive Christians, and to hate evil and to love goodness. And, you know, this is not a country that does that. This is a country that is in love and infatuated with evil and hates, frankly, goodness.
This is not an attack on Christianity or spirituality. I want to talk about particular state-backed political ideology that uses Christian symbols and language to demand dominance.
It's about the forces of evil versus the people of Jesus Christ.
Christ is king! 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 Christ is king!
It is so refreshing to hear his name in American politics.
I want to dissect how, in the United States, Christianity is often weaponized as a tool of political power or racism, a way to claim moral authority, rally followers, and mask brutal policies behind this sacred facade. I want to make one thing clear. I don't think America has a Christianity problem. Christianity is not the problem. America has a power problem that has co-opted Christianity and wears it as a disguise.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are.
Well, I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into...
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that you like?
No, I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible... The whole Bible is an incredible...
So how did personal faith become part of this political machine that we see today? To understand Christian nationalism, we have to examine Christianity in America, how it evolved from belief system into social infrastructure.
I'm being trained with thousands of others here at Campus Crusade as a part of a Great Commission Army to go out and spread the claims of Jesus Christ to the entire world.
At Campus Crusade for Christ, we recognize that aggressive Christianity is the only answer. We are training youth in this battle between the forces of God and the forces of anti-God to be revolutionaries for Jesus Christ.
Martin Luther Kuhn is out in the streets agitating, why I agitate back. And the uniform is very good for agitating. For appearing before a hearing, it's a mental battle of wits, not a battle of agitation. We can have our country once again free. We can have it once again white. We can have it once again Christian. And above all, ladies and gentlemen, we can have it once again a Christian American republic with a wholesome atmosphere that every American can be proud of. I thank you all very much.
Well, this game affects the most intelligent of our children, and the pieces include white witches, wizards, necromancers, the clerics, that type of thing. It includes evil.
God damn it, you and your anti-D&D thing. You're so dumb, fascist, fucking Christo-fascist.
Wizards, it's a white versus black witchcraft. The good versus evil is white versus black witchcraft. I mean, the gruesomeness of this game and the occult link to it.
Well, I know that when I did my message, and this has happened, I have letter after letter where people took the pieces. Now, there's sixes involved in the pieces of the game, but they take the pieces of the game, they would throw them in the incinerator or the fireplace, and screams would come out because there seemed to be some kind of spiritual forces inhabiting those pieces, and children would drop out of life. They didn't want to study anymore.
And you do have people in the days since Charlie's killing. We've seen exactly why our country so dearly needed his example. We've watched legions of far-left radicals resort to desperate acts of violence and terror because they know that their ideas and arguments are persuading no one. They know that they're failing. They have the devil's ideology.
Now, in theory, Christianity is about personal belief, salvation, and moral teachings, but in practice, especially in the U.S., it is long doubled as a system of social order.
In this day, as in ancient time, there are some who have not been given the privilege at this point of holding the priesthood of the church. Among those who do not have this privilege are those of African Negro ancestry.
The term priesthood requires some definition because this church has no professional clergy. Religious leaders are laymen, all males. At age 12, they are eligible for membership in the priesthood. Joining the priesthood is more important for Mormon boys than a christening for Catholics or a bar mitzvah for Jews. Young priesthood members serve communion, and only priesthood members can advance to positions of higher religious leadership. You cannot be a woman or a so-called Negro.
From the earliest days of European colonization, religion and governance were entangled. Puritans in New England enforced biblical law as civil law. Southern colonies used Christian justifications for enslaving Africans and subjugating Native Americans. The logic was that they were saving souls, even as they chained people up. In the 19th century, pro-slavery preachers routinely quoted scripture to argue that God ordained racial hierarchy. They preached that Africans were descended from the biblical Ham and cursed to servitude, or that slavery was a part of the natural order that God intended. Make no mistake, Christianity did not invent racism. It just gave racism a sort of holy sanction. It baptized racial hierarchy with verses and sermons, offering a moral alibi for economic brutality. And even after slavery, during segregation and Jim Crow, many churches, especially in the South, functioned as pillars of the status quo. Segregationists held up the Bible to claim that mixing races violated God's plan. Well into the 20th century, politicians defending segregation or opposing civil rights often did so with a Bible in hand, speaking of, quote, God's separation of races.
In the name of the greatest people that have ever trod this earth, I draw the line in the dust and toss the gauntlet before the feet of tyranny, and I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
Segregation. Would you say you're a segregationist?
Yes, and I believe in my term, or my definition of segregation, and that is a segregationist, a person that loves his race enough, or other races enough, has enough of racial pride and integrity to want to preserve them. And I think a racist is one that doesn't care enough for his race or another race, where they don't care whether they're amalgamated or destroyed or not.
But as governor of the state of Georgia, did you go by the laws of God or by the laws of the state?
I go by the laws of God and by the laws of the state.
As you see fit.
What is...
When overt racism became socially unacceptable, the religious framing became even more vital. Instead of bluntly claiming white supremacy, many shifted to coded phrases like traditional values, law and order. The language itself softened, but the underlying intent preserved a social hierarchy. Now, at the same time, it's important to note, Christianity has also inspired abolitionists, civil rights leaders, and social justice movements from Frederick Douglass to Martin Luther King Jr. Faithful Christians have fought oppression. That only underscores our point. The issue is not Christianity, it is how Christianity is used. The faith can motivate radical love, or it could serve as fuel for those defending or attempting to defend a social hierarchy. American history shows a pattern. Whenever certain people in their power felt dominance threatened, be it slaveholders, segregationists, or nativist politicians, they turned to Christian identity and rhetoric to shore up their authority. Over time, this has built an infrastructure, churches, religious colleges, media outlets, and political organizations intertwined in maintaining a particular social order. By the late 20th century, this fusion of religion and politics has been formalized into what we now call the religious right. Think of the moral majority in the 1980s or the Christian coalition in the 1990s.
There's been a moral permissiveness that has frightened millions of people. Some deeper national yearning in the country, a turning towards spirituality, a yearning for morality. And now in the realm of politics, it has come into discussion. Americans want more than anything else this year in their president, the spiritual quality.
The most important thing in my life is Jesus Christ.
Is America facing its best years ever, or a period of national decline?
They were essentially political machines. They realized that if you could mobilize churches, you could produce disciplined voting blocks. Sermons turned into speeches. Issues like abortion, school prayer, and family values became rallying cries that were as much about identity and power as about genuine moral debate. The result was formidable infrastructure. Mega churches that we know today, connected to political PACs, televangelists acting as kingmakers, and faith becoming a voting identity. Religion had not only become a personal guide, but it became a team jersey, a badge of political allegiance. So by the 2000s, and most certainly today, American Christianity in its dominant white evangelical form functions in many ways like a political party or a lobbying firm. It's an institution with vast networks of media, funding, schools, and voter outreach, all dedicated to advancing a certain vision of society. This is the context in which Christian nationalism thrives, a context where Christianity is not interfaith, it's outer identity linked to power. It's important to note that people are not born to this ideology. They're recruited and formed through a sophisticated pipeline. Decades ago, church attendance and family tradition might have been the main ways people adopted Christian nationalist views. However, today, there's an entire media and influencer ecosystem designed to shape Christianity into a political identity and draw people into the fold, especially young, impressionable people. Consider the world of right-wing Christian content online and on campus. Instead of Sunday school and sermons, we have Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok preachers and campus agitators who blend faith with partisan talking points. Outrage is the hook. For example, if you look at Turning Point USA and figures like Charlie Kirk, he wasn't a pastor, but he toured megachurches and universities rallying about how they, the liberals, or the secular elites and the professors, are attacking Christian America. In his rallies and videos, every political disagreement would become a clash between godliness and evil. He would frame a debate about tax policy as a question of biblical truth, or a university diversity initiative as an assault on Christian values, and young conservatives would eat this up because it feels rebellious and righteous, as if by owning the libs, they are doing God's work. Now, the genius of this pipeline is that it turns politics into entertainment.
God told you to love your
YouTube,
brethren.
Titles like Watch Christian Conservative Destroy Liberal Atheists, it racks up millions of views. The viewer, often a very young Christian who feels culturally marginalized on a secular campus, they're not surrounded by other Christians, they get a rush of vicarious victory. Politics becomes less about policy and more about smashing enemies in this culture war cage match. And as this content grips people emotionally, it also reshapes their identity. I'm not just a student or a young person. I'm a Christian soldier in a war for my country's soul. Now that's powerful. It taps into all the feelings of belonging,
It's bullshit.
Purpose,
There's no such thing
adventure,
as a
and
Christian
faith.
soldier.
Don't get distracted now.
Only
This is also a
fascists.
business model. There's an entire outrage economy built on Christian nationalist themes. Influencers cry Christian persecution, and then they direct their viewers to subscribe, donate, buy merch,
Like
and
Christianity is
attend their paid
persecuted
conferences.
anywhere.
There's money in this. Churches sell books on spiritual warfare against the woke left.
More
Online
like they're
stores sell
like,
t-shirts
they don't have to pay
with slogans
taxes.
like Army of the Lord or Putting Christ Back in America. Outrage brings clicks, and clicks bring cash. Cash funds more content. It builds bigger churches. So how does a movement ostensibly about Christian morality latch onto figures like, Donald Trump, a man whose personal life and manners hardly exemplify any piety? During Trump's campaigns and presidency, he openly courted evangelical leaders, promising them judges who would, quote, protect Christianity, by which he meant outlaw abortion, curtail LGBTQ rights, and so on. In return, he asked for their blessing and their flock's votes, and both sides delivered. Trump installed the Supreme Court justices they wanted, and they turned out an overwhelming vote for him. The 2024 election, for example, over 80% of white evangelical Protestants voted for Trump, making them the most loyal Republican voting bloc. Their support was so robust that Public Religion Research Institute noted white evangelicals were the single most Trump-friendly demographic group in the country. This wasn't a fluke. This is a result of years of messaging that political loyalty is a mark of faith. It's weird, though. Many of these same evangelicals once claimed that character counts in
And they
presidents,
crashed the right
like
around.
back in the Clinton era. But with Trump, it seems that there are discarded concerns about adultery, vulgarity, lies, or cruelty. Why? Because Christian nationalism doesn't require the leader to be a saint, only to be a vessel. He gave them federal judges who handed down decisions aligned with conservative Christian values. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Israel and Jerusalem, pandering to end-times prophecy beliefs some evangelicals hold. He filled his rallies and speeches with rhetoric about Judeo-Christian heritage. He performed Christian nationalism, even if he doesn't even live a Christian life, and that was enough. Now, this reaches mystical proportions. A PR NRI survey in 2024 found that 2/3 of Americans who identify as Christian nationalist adherents believe that Trump's presidency was ordained by God. Think about that. For millions, Trump wasn't a candidate that they liked. He was literally chosen by the Almighty to lead America. When a political leader is imbued with that kind of divine mandate in the minds of followers, it's almost cult-like. Well, it is cult-like. MAGA. MAGA, bro. MAGA. For Trump, these benefits are clear. He's got an army of intensely loyal foot soldiers. I mean, quite literally. White evangelicals and other Christian conservatives have extremely high voting and activism rates. A built-in turnout machine that could swing elections. They show up for him in high droves, and he knew that they would. And this arrangement shows that Christian nationalism is not about doctrinal purity or even religious consistency. It's about defending identity and power structure. Belief that the American state should explicitly be Christian, that the laws should enforce particular Christian moral views, and that political authority should rest with those who are true Christian.
The Bible says we take the violence, take it, and we take it by force. We are here to ready to take this nation back, and I believe without a shadow of a doubt, the only man that God has anointed here in 2024 to be the next president of the United States of America, and that is Donald J. Are you ready, America?
At its core, it's a narrative that America was founded by and for a certain type of Christian, usually implied to be white, Protestant, and conservative, and that this arrangement needs to be preserved or restored. Christian nationalism says America belongs to us, the Christian in-group. Our culture, our religion should dominate public life, and if you disagree, you're not a real American. And opposing our political agenda is tantamount to attacking our faith. Hierarchy is at the heart of this ideology. It's about who sits above whom in society. Christian nationalists believe that in a divinely sanctioned order, men are above women, Christians are above non-Christians, native-born are above immigrants, straight above gay, and commonly white above non-white. And not every Christian nationalist will admit to the racial part, but it's deeply embedded in the history and dog whistles of the movement. The idea of a real American in this framework has historically meant white and Christian. During segregation, this theology was explicit. White supremacists argued that God created separate races and wanted them separate. However, in modern times, overtly racist language is less common, but it survives coded as talk about, culture or heritage or Western civilization. If you listen closely when they say restore America's Christian heritage, there's often an undertone of restoring a time when others, or non-whites or non-Christians, knew their place. It's also telling that anxiety about demographic change often correlates with Christian nationalist sentiment, as white Christians have declined from an overwhelming majority of U.S. populations in past decades to around 42% today. The cry of Christian values being under attack has grown louder. By framing it as a religious fight, they avoid explicitly saying white people are losing dominance, but the subtext is all there. Let's make one thing clear. The United States was not founded as a Christian nation by law. The Constitution never mentions Christianity, and in fact, the Founding Fathers explicitly forbade religious tests for office and established a secular government where church and state were separate. The First Amendment prevents the government from establishing any religion as official, and the founders, influenced by Enlightenment ideas, wanted to avoid the bloody history of European religious wars and state churches. They knew the dangers of mixing clerical authority with political power. However, Christian nationalists today either ignore these facts or try to rewrite history with claims like the founders were devout men who intended biblical law to guide us. Now, that's a complete myth. Nevertheless, the Christian nation myth is powerful because it gives a sense of legacy and entitlement. We're just trying to go back to what America was always supposed to be. Make America great again. Now, it wouldn't matter unless ideologies can actually shape the world, and they can. For Christian nationalism, this all crosses over in legislation, court rulings, and public institutions. This is where the movement's abstract ideas turn into very concrete rules for everybody, whether you share the same faith or not. We've lived through a big example of this recently, the outlawing of abortion in many states. For decades, the religious right fought to overturn Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court decision that had protected abortion rights. In 2022, they succeeded with Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, and numerous states immediately banned or severely restricted abortion, often with no exceptions for rape. or health of the mother. These bans were explicitly lobbied for by Christian organizations and justified in religious terms. The sanctity of life from conception as a religious belief. The result is women and girls in some states being forced to carry pregnancies to term against their will. And that is Christian nationalism in action. What a particular theology holds, that life beginning at conception and is paramount, is imposed on millions who may or may not share that belief, for whom its imposition can cause great harm or death. This movement has not stopped at abortion. Contraception could be the next on the chopping block. LGBTQ rights are also another prime area. We've seen a wave of state laws justified by Christian values targeting transgender individuals' ability to get healthcare or even exist openly. Same-sex marriage, while nationally legal since 2015, is openly threatened by politicians who say Christian beliefs about marriage should take precedence. Religious freedom in this context has been redefined. Traditionally, it meant that you could worship as you please and the state can't prefer religion. However, under Christian nationalist pressure, religious freedom is twisted to mean the dominant religion that serves exemptions from laws and even the right to dictate laws. You can see the same dynamic even outside formal court cases and how Christian grievance narratives are socially and politically rewarded. In the University of Oklahoma, Samantha Fulnecki gained national conservative attention after writing an essay and speaking publicly about feeling penalized in an academic setting for expressing her Christian beliefs. She wrote an essay and it got failed. It was essentially along the lines of, hey, this is not valid because my God says. Yeah, Samantha Fulnecki was rapidly elevated by conservative media after failing her essay, and invited into major platforms, brought into direct contact with right-wing political figures, including elected officials. And yeah, what matters here is not the specifics of her grade or the merits of the essay, not to mention the professor was dismissed from the college, but institutional feedback was transformed into a form of oppression. If a Christian experiences consequences within a secular institution, these consequences are reinterpreted not as a neutral enforcement of rules by this institution, the University of Oklahoma, but as hostility towards faith itself, and the University of Oklahoma bent to this, which is interesting. What I'm trying to say is you could think of it this way. American theocracy does not need a pope, it does not need a supreme leader or a pastor. It can be implemented through laws, court rulings, and institutions like universities. Let's not forget public school battles. School boards have also become intense battlegrounds where Christian identity politics play out. There's fighting over sex education. Comprehensive fact-based sex ed is often gutted or replaced by abstinence-only curriculum championed by religious conservatives. More recently, the panic over critical race theory and LGBTQ-friendly books in libraries has been heavily driven by conservative Christian groups. They claim moral offense or parents' rights to justify banning books that acknowledge racism or feature gay characters, likening them to sinful or harmful material. Here again, religious morality is being used to restrict knowledge for everyone, not just their own kids. This is a form of imposing religion, meaning forcing others to live by your beliefs. This is precisely what the First Amendment was designed to prevent, yet through incremental legal changes, it's advancing. A large portion of the movement's energy comes from aggrieved entitlement, especially among young white men who feel they were promised authority, respect, and purpose and don't receive it. Christian nationalism offers a simple explanation. Society didn't change because the old model was unjust or obsolete. It changed because liberals, feminists, and secularism betrayed God's plan. And it offers a solution. Reclaim patriarchy, faith, dominance, and home in the nation. That's why traditional gender roles aren't really a side issue here. They're central. The movement is obsessed with reasserting hierarchy, especially male authority. Anything that disrupts that hierarchy, like women's independence, gender equality, or LGBTQ visibility, is framed as emasculation. And because masculinity is treated as a birthright rather than something earned or developed, the loss of it feels like theft. Once you've built an identity on God made me the rightful leader, the next step is predictable. You start treating disagreement as an attack, which is why a defining feature of Christian nationalism is persecution fantasy. Despite holding enormous cultural and political power, adherents are trained to believe that they are constantly under existential threat. Routine pluralism becomes oppression, neutral laws become hostility, and criticism becomes persecution. No doubt there are going to be people in the comment section, despite everything I've said, that this is not an attack on the Christian religion. They're going to be calling me, I don't know, a sinner, a nigger, I don't know. Just kidding, just kidding. This narrative is emotionally useful because it lets a dominant group keep its power while claiming the moral status of the oppressed. And once you believe you're a victim in the holy war, escalation stops feeling like extremism and starts feeling like self-defense. If you believe the government is coming for your faith, then resistance feels righteous. That's what January 6th exposed in its rawest form. Many participants didn't experience themselves as overturning democracy or committing terrorism, as others may see it. They experienced themselves as defending a Christian nation against evil. Crosses, prayers, Christian flags. It was political violence experienced as a religious ritual. And when power feels divinely sanctioned, accountability becomes, well, optional, especially when you get pardoned for it. Ooh.
Hey, want to talk about the insurrection? Let me tell you something. You ain't seen an insurrection yet. You keep on pushing our buttons, you low-down sorry compromisers. You God-hating communist America, you'll find out what an insurrection is, because we ain't playing your garbage. We ain't playing your mess. My Bible says that the church of the living God is an institution, that the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And the Bible says that we'll take it by force. That's what the Bible says.
When a movement lives inside that "we are under siege" story, real-world violence doesn't interrupt the narrative. The martyr framework becomes especially potent when tragedy occurs, because grief can be converted into proof. After the assassination of Charlie Kirk in 2025, a criminal act that should be unequivocally condemned, Christian nationalist leaders quickly framed his death as evidence that Christians were being hunted. The tragedy produced mobilization, vigils, fundraising, a renewed urgency to escalate the culture war, performances, a lot of them looking like they're straight out of the Boys episode. And that brings us to the part that matters the most. The real damage of Christian nationalism isn't theoretical. I don't care if people are Christian. I don't care if there are politicians that are Christian. What matters ultimately is that people are being affected by this negatively. Women lose bodily autonomy. LGBTQ people lose safety and legal protection. Religious and racial minorities are treated as outsiders in their own country. Democracy erodes when one faction claims divine right to rule and treats electoral defeat as illegitimate.
How I have
Truth
to shoot
becomes
him
negotiable.
goddamn
Education
210
becomes
times and he only has
ideological,
to hit
and
me
ironically,
once.
Christianity
Really
itself
fun
becomes collateral
piece of
damage.
shit
The movement
cocksucker
claims to
brain dead
defend
developer.
Christianity, but in practice it discredits it, because what people see isn't spiritual life, it's political dominance wrapped in religious language. And yeah, I felt like this is kind of dragging, so that's all I have to say. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope maybe you learned something.
Yep, I did.
I hope you
I knew.
it like makes you think. Yeah, make it think a little bit about things.
You
I don't know.
piece of shit fucking
Hope you're doing well
Christian
as always.
fascist.
Merry Christmas and happy holidays. And I will catch you in the next one. I love you, bro.
We begin with our Trevor Sahaki and a story of life-saving kindness you will only see right here on CBS News Texas on this evening. Trevor?
Steve, good evening. You know, it was a question that a lot of us had going into this winter storm. Where would the unhoused community stay? While many of them did find shelter, a woman who stays right around here by this food mart in South Fort Worth, she was outside all night.
When I heard her name, it was one of my good customers. So I instantly was like, hey man, no, there's no way. We gotta go help her right now.
And Ferris Hussein jumped into action this morning to help save one of his regulars, a homeless woman he knows as Bobby. Another regular found her frozen on the street, but only Ferris could lift her up.
She felt like a rock, as stiff as a rock. I mean, it was, when I picked her up, her entire body was just, it was like no matter which way you picked her up, her body was gonna stay the same form.
Once Bobby got inside, she warmed up and started thanking everyone, saying she was outside all night. Eventually, police and paramedics came and took her to the hospital.
I don't really consider myself a hero or nothing,
People have
but
nowhere to go.
we do this on a daily for our community. Doing it once in a while, it's not gonna cut it. That's just, you know, we do it on our daily for our daily customers, all the time, every time.
And we did confirm with the Fort Worth Fire Department, they did come here to the Evans Food Mart between 9 and 10 o'clock this morning for that call. Well, we don't know exactly the status of Bobby right now. Ferris inside, he tells us that as soon as he sees her up and around this area, he'll let us know. Live in Fort Worth, Trevor Sahaki, CBS News, Texas.
Yeah, obviously, just a sad sight, and frankly, too many times we see that in these kinds of conditions, and good news for those folks who responded. Trevor, thank you.
No rest for the wicked. Been playing this on and off since it came into early access back in 2024. Have genuinely really enjoyed my time with the game, as covered in the, I think it's been like 5 videos that I've made already. It's really, really fun. Is the game worth buying at the moment? I mean, there's a lot of game here, and I think it's genuinely very good. Obviously, it's not finished because it's still early access. There will be more to come, but I've had a lot of fun. I'm somewhere over 150 hours having played over the past 2 years. As with other early access titles that I enjoy, I try to check back in every so often, especially when they get a new big update. Well, just last week they released No Rest for the Wicked Together, which beyond adding co-op, you can now play the game with others. This patch also came with a bunch of new systems, mechanics, additional loot to collect, which opens up all sorts of different builds, loads of quality of life upgrades, and some much needed performance improvements. Moon Studios is sponsoring this video. They asked me to let you know about the recent update, which I am more than happy to do so. This is one of those games that I just like it genuinely already. So I'm happy to see as well that they have addressed and fixed many issues with the prior update. Things were a little shaky there for a minute, but the game is now once again back to a very positive rating on Steam. I mean, yeah, I don't know what else to say. I really like this game. I genuinely think it's quite good already, as covered numerous times in the past. But yeah, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and check out the latest update. Now, I want to start off by saying this is one of those games that I still get a lot of questions while playing. People more or less asking, hey, what kind of a game is this? There still seems to be some uncertainty. Is this a PoE-like game? Not really. I mean, so it's got ARPG elements for sure, with how its loot and theory crafting works.
Camera, mainly camera.
Skill tree or
mainly
class
the
system
camera.
Like Diablo or PoE do.
As you can see, like the camera.
But they have some randomness in gear progression and theory crafting build shit you can do for sure. It plays like a top-down Souls game.
It's like V Rising. Yeah, I don't think so. I like those games, but the camera is a problem for me. It's a fucking problem. You understand? No camera like that. No for me. No me for that camera. No camera for that for me. For here for right now. No camera like that for me. That's enough. That's enough for that. Sorry.
The most powerful general in all of China.
Stop fucking ripping us off with isometric scams. I don't care how good the fucking game is. Take it back to 96 when that type of game was popular. You guys like retro like that. I don't. I'm sorry. Don't like retro ARPG. I just don't. Sorry. Why do I hear somebody on a guitar? I came to the wrong place. Where's the right place? What was that sound? Oh, it's somebody else fighting? It's somebody else fighting in this game. What the fuck was that? Oh, it's 2 people. Hello. Donna QC. Whoops, Cortex. Do I have something? I don't think I do. Ooh, I got a shotgun. Nice. Oh, was it a skin? Never mind, it was a skin. But still, you know, that's cool. Shotgun would be cool. Take me to some other... like Seneca gang camp, I guess. World. Just gonna drop a heart. I'm low on ammo here. I'll have to go home and produce again. But hopefully I have a lot of acid. After all this, like, stuff that I got. Oh, did I finish this place? Let's see. No, I still need weapon and armor crates and repair the world stone, whatever that is. What's a repair the world stone? What does that even mean? Well, I don't really think I have the ammo to continue. It looks like I'll have to do another run, but I see loot, so I'm gonna go get it. Two mags left. I don't wish to like take their loot path or whatever. think I've been up there. Let's see what's up in there. That kind of looks like it's some content down there. Oh, what the hell is that thing? Oh, what the hell is all that? It looks deadly. Oh, that guy's got a jackhammer or something. Giant jackhammer. Need better guns than this. This isn't it, huh? But can I get, like, is there any of those little bubble thingies that I need? No, I don't see one of those. I need a bunch of them, too. This wasn't it, but at least I learned. I learned what was here. Alright. We learned what was here, and it's really not something that's that appropriate. I'm gonna go back to my territory now. And maybe kill these blood eagles. Ooh, magazine? Bobblehead magazine right next to each other. Real easy to get to. This is the best spot. It's Seneca Gang Camp. I'm going to make a note about it on my desktop. Seneca Gang Camp. I'm going to go there every day. Seneca Gang Camp. Where is it on the map? It's like just south of Fort Atlas. Just northeast of my base. South of Fort Atlas. Yeah, give me back the desktop again. Northeast of my base. What is it? It's, south of Fort Atlas, Blood Eagle Camp, Mag and Bobble. Mag and Bibble. Okay. And then, I should make a 76 file where I just take notes of where all the double magazines are. Maybe I can tell the AI to do that. Let's go see. Hello, Gemini. I wonder if you could compile a list that I could come back to easily in the future of my personal spots where I would like to come for Fallout 76, places in the game where you can get a magazine and a bobblehead in the same place within 30 seconds of teleporting to the monument. That's the list that I want you to make, and I'm going to give you the first item for the list. It's a bobblehead and a magazine at Seneca Gang Camp. Okay, the first item for the list is Seneca Gang Camp. Seneca Gang Camp, northeast of my base, south of Fort Atlas. Magazine and bobblehead within 10 seconds of zoning in the center of the monument. Okay, that's the first one. The second item for the list is at the top of Fort Defiance, where you have to go to the terminal for the Fort Defiance Daily. There's a magazine and a bobblehead up there on the top 4th floor. You have to take the elevator. Yeah. Thank you. I will begin to add more of this as I find them, but I want this to be a personal list, not like a net list or whatever, you know, like places I personally want to come. Yeah. Yeah, these are personally personally lazy ones that I don't have to, you know, spend a lot of time learning or working for. There was some kind of place in Ohio, in Burning Springs, where there was a magazine and a bobblehead down in a basement past a locked door with a laser reader, I think. And I can't for the life of me remember where it is. Oh, oh yeah, I know the intelligence base underneath Mama Dulce's. There's a magazine and a bobblehead there. No, that's too much work. Remove item 3, we'll add others. Good shit. I will come back to this list later. I don't want you to title it the Vault Dwellers Quick Grab Collection. I want it to be Skycatlive's Magazine Bobblehead AFK Gathering Guide. What the hell happened here? You just stopped typing, you stupid piece of shit. The fuck did you do? Oh, okay, I hit the button by mistake. Okay, there we go. What? No. Item 3 on the list is the tattoo shop near Voltech University. I forget the name. Just go inside. Perfect, thank you. You're the best AI I've ever dealt with. You're like a lot more competent than ChatGPT. No, I want to find them on my own personal ones, but thank you. I do appreciate the sentiment, and I was very tempted to take your offer, and it's nice of you to make it, but no. Thank you. Very kind of you. It just gives me a reason to play the game. I have like 5,000 hours in Fallout 76. I need a reason to actually play it, and magazines and bobbleheads are pretty much it. No, there's actually still a lot of the game I haven't seen. I believe it to be one of, if not the biggest, first-person shooter ever made. Yeah, I'm into handcrafted density. My favorite games right now are Fallout 76, Once Human, Nightingale, Enshrouded, and trying to think of it. Starfield. Oh, I really liked what you said. Thank you. I will come back to it later. Sorry, I'm just on stream and I don't want to do it now. You know, I got an audience. Oops. No, it's good. Thank you. Oh, I have an epic for crafting ammo at a workbench. Am I done with you? You're not hitting the button the right way or something. What is it? Let's see. It's not that. It's that. There. And then can you... Oh, no. Wrong one. There, can you... God damn it. Reset this fucking keyboard. You're so annoying. No. That works. I need you... There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, specialization notes. Nice. Disassembly bench yields 30%. I'll take it. Electronics grabber. There's small additional when I open a storage kit. In your backpack when gathering water by the water with a flask. There's a chance to receive boil water or purify water. When in your backpack, the activated carbon purifier. When gathering water by the water with a flask. There's a 30% chance to just boil it. That's not good enough. Flame. I mean, it is good enough, but no, not as good as careful disassembly. No. Wish I had that before I. Oh, I haven't recycled yet, have I? I haven't recycled yet. I took it before I recycled. I'm good. I'm good. Axe in the water to switch. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Oh no, that's not right, is it? It's the axe in the water. Did we redo things here? No, yeah, things did change actually, but I liked those keybinds actually. They're not bad. Go back to change it. Yeah, you're on item 6. Yeah, that should actually be there, and that should be there. Or I don't know, 7. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, and then yeah, I think that's good enough for now. And then we keep you on those keys. Yep, perfect. And there's all the things that I need. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that is actually a really good tool. I didn't realize it gave you like the big white things so you can see where they are. I do like that though. It makes the construction like way easier. I want to buy glass windows for the house, but I don't have disposable income. It's fucking annoying. Oh well, I don't need windows on this house, honestly. So... Okay, craft ammo to workbench. Let's go do that. I'll make some missiles, I guess. Yeah, I'll make missiles. Or I don't know, missiles? Yeah, I'll make missiles is what I'll do. Hearing gunfire for some reason. It's weird. I need to produce a shotgun now. Hopefully with this perk that I took it'll do better. Nice, that's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff there. I'll be able to do a lot of stuff. Nice. So tech cradle me up to probably intermediate gear workbench or whatever. Refund 3. No, I already had that one, huh? Let's do intermediate supplies workbench. This is a big one for me. I don't know what the reality anchor is. No. What can I do with the synthesis bench? Yeah, it's like you can make bombs and stuff for getting into crates, but I don't need that yet. Ammunition 2 would be good. The steel pistol bullet, I know I'm going to need that one, but I don't think I need it yet. I think I'd like to look at structure stuff like lights. Yeah, basic furniture for the lights. Wooden roof, wooden stair. That's all basic stuff that I really need. Yep, and then gear storage wouldn't be bad if I get like extra stuff or small wooden. No, I'm not up there. Yeah. I could regulate the temperature. That is something I will take, but it's tech points and stuff. Yeah, are you gonna let me move forward here? No, I don't have enough. Huh? We could take the temperature control. I don't have tech points apparently. I don't know what it is. The cradle. Right now I have pistol spec, but I think I can actually make shotgun, sniper rifle now. Or, I don't know, maybe, as opposed, I don't like the sniper, well, I do like the sniper rifle, because it gives you all 3 ranges, short, medium, and long range. Maybe rather than the shotgun, I might like this 5-mag. It's 1,000 damage. No, this shotgun is so much better. This Sandstorm BP. I need beryllium crystals. Level 11 to 20 strongholds, or you can pick them out of the sky in the storm. So I'm gonna go try and do that now, I guess, because there's not really anything like keeping me here. Oh no, I do need to go to the stove and produce food. Oh, I got a Digby boy, and that should have been, I should have had that moving for me. Yeah, shit, that should have been on yesterday. Oh well. Build power supply facility. I want solar panels. Confirm. Yeah, solar power generator, but I can't afford it yet. That'll be the next step. So, yeah, but anyways, I want to... Oh good, I have a Digby boy working for me. I want to produce food if I can. Yeah, like roasted meat. That sounds good. Yeah, it looks good to me. Alright, and then we'll wait for it because I might need it. I need to drink some water. I would like to build a box. What are we doing here? We are... Oh yeah, I'm doing other weird stuff like crafting ammo at the workbench. I'm going to make some missiles. Can't ever get enough missiles. I think I have all the things to do that, but that's alright. So, missiles. I want to come to the tinkering workbench. And I want to make some mini nukes and missiles. We'll make, I don't know, 7 times 5. Yeah, that's 45 mini nukes. 9 times 5 would be 45 missiles, 50 missiles, something. Right on, there's my weekly for that. Producing ammo. Very full, gotta walk back. Back to Optifree. Do some ammo weight mitigation. Yeah. 50 Fidiot. That's too much Fidiot for what I'm doing. We'll reduce. That's still too much Fidiot. We'll take like half that. 40mm rounds. I'm not using 40mm, am I? No, I am using 40mm, but not very much. Give me like 40 of them. Yeah. 5.56 and 50 out. I'm not using 5.56 or fuel. Get rid of all the ones that I don't need. And then missiles. That's too many missiles. We're going to cut that in half. That's too many mini nukes. We're going to cut that in half too. Plasma cartridges and shotgun shells are good. So, yep. Weight's down. Gonna dump scrap. Nice, that's good. And we'll see if there's any new legendaries or anything. Yeah, we got an Assassin's Pitchfork. Hunter's Excavator right arm. It's a nice armor, honestly. It's such a nice armor. But I mean, I can't do anything with it. Mining yield and when left and right arms are used in tandem. Wow. I mean, it's a good piece of loot, but it's not as good as what I use. Now, what else? I have to sell food. And I should produce before I do that. Boing. What else can we do? We have a small storage crate, but I don't want a small storage crate. I want, this thing. The large storage crate. Over here, we'll do a whole stack of storage crates. We'll do all stoves down that wall. And I think the bed should go under the stairs. And I think the stack of boxes... I don't know, we need like an entrance to this place, which should be right there, but I believe we can make... I can put all the thingies upstairs, because I don't really need them down here, I guess, and I will move it. I'm gonna copy and make more of them, too. Yeah, we'll start these over here, like starting right here. Yeah, and then copy, paste, Paste. 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 I'm out of copper ingots I'm gonna produce. Copper ingots is what we're looking at today. I will need some more wood. I'll go chop some more wood. Yeah, I was really good at this. Now, I would like to correct an inaccuracy that you stated. You said, oh no, this conversation wasn't part of the guide. Yeah, thank you. Okay, talking to Gemini. There we go. Trying to make food. Okay, so... Oh, I got a bobblehead. Can't sell yet. Silver ore. Nice, silver ore is good. I thought it was tin. Okay, I need copper. I want my ore thing. Ooh, completed quest. Okay, I'm gonna go to Steam game and player statistics. Terraria's number 4 today. By them, PUBG, Rust, Dead by Daylight, Baldur's Gate 3 is in number 11. Ooh, Industry is in decline. Deadlock is number 14 somehow, even though I can't get a code or whatever. We haven't seen that game yet. Oh, the phone. I answered it by mistake. Oops. Hey, sorry, I answered by mistake. Oh, okay. Good. Okay, I love you, bye. Okay. Make my own dinner tonight. What am I working on? It is eat dog food. I don't think I like that one. I think I want to re-roll it. Can I re-roll? No. Mothman Equinox. It's not going, is it? I got distracted and missed it. That's okay. Yes, I believe that will do everything here. Repair armor, weapons, or power armor. I haven't done that in a while. Is all of my armor broke? No, but it's getting there. What do you mean? Oh, I used all my adhesive already? Are you fucking serious? I'm out of adhesive already. I had so much of it. Oh, I'm out of adhesive already. Son of a bitch. Where do you get this much adhesive all the time? It's just like, oh. There's 10. Maybe I can finish. Hey. Hey, good time, bad time? Okay. Okay, I'm calling because, you know, it's late, and I'm offering to drive you where you're going if you need. Oh, good, I was gonna say, Bellingham, yeah, a little bit worries me this late. Okay, alright, I was gonna say... Sorry about that, I had to, coordinate. I am repairing my armor. I'm out of adhesive again. Maybe I should start haunting this machine for adhesive. It sells bulk adhesive all the time. I should buy it. I'm learning now. I could go picking flowers, I suppose. $72 missiles is still too much. Yeah, that's like still too much. Like I still pick up more like all the time, so. But now, what else? I've got lots of stuff to sell. Feed the people. I want to reach the cat mode. Oh, my headphones are dying. I'm going to plug them in. I guess I'll charge my watch too while I'm at it and go take a pee. So Almost, oh, my cat's out there. Let's go get my cat. I'll be right back. Gotta charge my headphones, get my cat. You're such a good kitty. I'm so happy with you. Good. Good. You came when I called. Oh, you're such a good kitty. It's getting too cold out there for you. You know? Oh, you cold kitty? Yeah. I love my kitty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good kitty. Kitty, you came when I called you. I'm so happy with you. You're a good kitty. You're like, no, it's not dinner time yet. You got half an hour, okay? Half an hour and then dinner. Half an hour, kitty. Soon. I have such a good, high-quality kitty. I think I want a dog and a cat. When she passes, I'll get a dog and a cat, and they'll both be young. I'll get a puppy and a kitty, and I'll name them Richard and Kaylin. Okay, 17,000 caps. Not bad. I believe I stop here. Yep, we're done with this. I gotta switch headphones here. But we're charging. It's raining and once human. Okay, we switching devices here. And check my OBS. Good. I want to do some grinding on Enshrouded before I go in. Check the volume here. No, you fucked up. I knew you were fucked up when you started. God damn it. Try again. I'm learning not to buy popcorn games like Ark Raiders. It's weird. The iPhone does, or sorry, the iPods does this AI balancing where they make quieter stuff louder. Oh, purchase levels. No. Stellar Stairway. Ooh, lots of Starcrom. Oh, Wish Machine, huh? Cool. Hi, kitty. You want to sit on my lap? Get yourself some nice lap. Actually, wait. Before you sit down, though, kitty, I'm going to put my blanket on. Yep. Hold up just a second. Oh, sorry, kitty. I didn't mean to bump you. You okay? Here, get down for just a second. I'm going to put my blanket on. Wait, kitty. Don't leave. Don't leave. Come back. I'll just put it on my blanket. It's okay. Okay, kitty. Okay, kitty, come sit on lap. Yeah, come back. Yeah, come back. Yeah, you're a good kitty. Yeah, I want you on my lap. Yeah, you're a good kitty. You're so special. I love you, kitty. I'm sorry I hit you in the nose. I didn't mean to. Yeah, you're okay. Oh, my kitty. Such a good kitty. Kitty, she's such a good kitty. I like my kitty. Oh yeah, the crucible, right? So where's the blacksmith guy? Where are you at, blacksmith? Oh, hi, kitty. You should lie down. That you? No problem. Hello, beautiful kitty. Oh, chamomile tea. Wait, do I not have a cooking station? Is that right? How is that right? Kitty, please don't bump my camera. Oh, I can make explosives, can I? What's the materials? Yeah, I have lots of. I like these. Yeah, they're good. Oh, get up. Oh, there's the blacksmith. Hi, kitty. You pretty kitty. Charcoal kiln, forge, and smelter. Crafted at the kiln. Charcoal kiln. Forge. Fire brick. How do I make fire brick? Enshrouded. How to make fired brick. Enshrouded fire brick. I don't know. You say at the kiln. I can make fire brick. Materials with bones. Change recipe to tar wood acid. How do I get the recipe for fire brick? Update now. Let's go ask. east of the low meadows, huh? Where did you go? Oh, I have to go to the vaulted ancient carpenter. Okay, so what's faster, the spire or probably the spire, huh? Okay, we can go to the ancient vault. That works. Very rainy today. I think I would like to go on a better day. Hi, kitty.
The most powerful general in all of China has just disappeared forever, after nearly a decade as the leader of China's military. Second in his power behind only Xi Jinping himself, General Zhang Yuxia was long thought to simply be untouchable. He was the man who'd overseen China's military renaissance, a man never far from China's big red nuclear button, and a man who'd risen to power alongside Xi Jinping himself. But now, Zhang Yuxia is almost certainly a man in a cell, stripped of his power, stripped of his office, and whisked away into China's endless state detention system, possibly never to be seen again. Already, rumors are spreading. Zhang was a CIA informant, or he attempted to bring down Xi in a coup d'etat, or he was discovered to be the man at the head of a vast corrupt cabal within the Chinese government. But right now, only one thing is certain. Zhang Yuxia has been officially, publicly removed from his post, which means that behind the scenes, his fate is sealed. But who was the most powerful general in China? What happens to him now? And what does his ouster mean for Xi Jinping and the Chinese military? Or perhaps, most important of all, what does his removal mean for Taiwan, the nations of the Indo-Pacific, and the wider world? When the leader of one of the world's military superpowers goes missing, the whole world would be wise to stop and take a little notice. So, here's what we know so far about where China goes from here. Xi's last rival. Read through the headlines about Zhang Yuxia, and sooner or later, you're going to stumble onto a hell of a personal detail. Zhang Yuxia and Xi Jinping had been friends since childhood, making Xi's decision to stab Zhang in the back and dispense with him all the more stunning. But as much as our Warfront team can appreciate the allure of the story, any childhood connection between the two men is simply unknown. Zhang Yuxia and Xi Jinping were both children of the revolution. Their fathers did both hail from the Weinan region of Shaanxi province, and it's entirely possible that a young Xi and a young Zhang might have once crossed paths. But the story that the world knows about that these two Chinese princelings wrote together was one of mutual enrichment and mutual rise all the way to the top of the Chinese Communist Party. Zhang Yuxia was a military man for his entire adult life, and after joining the People's Liberation Army in 1968, he was a company commander by 1979 when China fought the most recent war in its history against Vietnam. During that war, Zhang was part of the only living generation of Chinese military leaders to see full-scale combat, picking up real experience, becoming a regimental commander, and in 1984 leading his forces in a bloody but long-forgotten encounter with Vietnam called the Battle of Lao Shan. Under Zhang's leadership, his regiment assisted in capturing Laoshan, a hilly region on the China-Vietnam border. With the battlefield success under his belt, Zhang continued to rise through the ranks. He became a colonel by 1988, a major general by 1997, the commander of the 13th Group Army in 2000, the commander of the Shenyang military region in 2007, and a proper top-level general in 2011. That meant that when Xi Jinping rose to the status of China's paramount leader back in the year 2012, Zhang Yuxia was positioned perfectly to be a part of the experienced, technocratic, competent group of leaders that Xi wanted to elevate to higher positions. In that year, Zhang was chosen to be in charge of China's General Armaments Department, which at the time was engaged in efforts to create powerful weapons like the J-20 stealth fighter and the indigenously built Fujian aircraft carrier. Zhang clearly did quite well under Xi. By 2017, he had been named to the Politburo, a collection of roughly 20 of the highest-ranking leaders in China, and he rose through the ranks to become the second-ranking vice chairman of China's Central Military Commission, basically third in line within China's military hierarchy, with Xi at number one. In that role, he oversaw major successes in China's military and technological advancement, and he was a leader on the same anti-corruption initiatives that Xi had been focused on for years, which may have been what earned him Xi's.
Hey, you beautiful Buccaneers, Falcor here. So for people who don't know, there was a very controversial video that went out just a while ago speaking about doubloons being reset in the Sea of Thieves. Now let's talk about this slowly, carefully, and without pretending this is some kind of unprecedented tragedy in gaming history. Doubloons were introduced years ago during the Build Rat era, an event-based currency. Their purpose was never mysterious. Rare wanted a way to reward players for engaging with specific time-limited content without inflating the main economy. You log in, do the featured activity, earn a small amount of doubloons, and spend them on themed cosmetics or items tied to that event. They were meant to be earned, spent, and then forgotten. They were never pitched as a long-term progression system. They were never meant to be hoarded indefinitely. They were never intended to sit alongside gold as a permanent pillar of the economy. They existed to answer one very specific question: how do we get players to try this thing right now? Over time, that design slowly eroded. Doubloons became increasingly passive. They were added to commendations, sprinkled into updates, awarded retroactively, and handed out so generously they stopped being something that you chased and started being something that you accidentally accumulated. You didn't need to try, you didn't need to plan, you just played the game normally and watched that completely futile number go up. At the same time, the places to actually spend doubloons didn't scale with how many were entering the economy, so the result was inevitable. Massive stockpiles of currency that no longer had a purpose. This isn't players outsmarting the system, it's a system being left on autopilot for too long. That's the context for the reset. Rare aren't removing something that was working well, they're correcting something that very clearly isn't. Alongside this reset, they're introducing the Build Rat Weekender, a weekly event structure where doubloons are earned in smaller, controlled amounts by engaging with specific activities, and then spent on rotating rewards. It's focused, contained, and actually tied to the gameplay again. If doubloons disappeared tomorrow without notice, most players wouldn't even be able to tell you how many they had lost without checking a screenshot. And even then, Rare aren't just deleting them. Before the reset happens, players are being given the opportunity to spend their stored doubloons on items. If you care about them, you can turn them into cosmetics. And if you've been saving them just in case, that case is now. After that point, any remaining doubloons are converted into gold. Nothing vanishes into the void. So at no point are players being robbed. Value is either preserved through purchases or converted into the game's primary currency. The only thing being removed
Professional wrestling has always faced one major critique from its haters. It's fake. For some reason, people who are anti-WWE can't get behind the idea of a predetermined outcome. Even Hall of Famer Kurt Angle thought that until he stepped into the ring. But what he did not realize was that the WWE would bring him more pain than real wrestling ever could, which means a lot coming from the man who won an Olympic gold medal with a literal broken neck. While millions around the world saw a triumphant American hero, deep down Kurt Angle was suffering unimaginable physical pain and coping with the loss of several close friends and family members. But there was one way he could get relief from the physical and emotional toll, and that was by consuming a toxic cocktail of alcohol and prescription pills.
I was taking 65 extra drinks Vicodin a day. That's how out of control I got. And I was hiding it from the company.
Kurt nearly died multiple times for a sport the world calls fake, but nothing about what he went through was pretend. This is the brutal and tragic story of Kurt Angle. There's an assumption that Kurt was this otherworldly child prodigy athlete, but that's not exactly true. Growing up in Lebanon, Pennsylvania, Kurt Angle lived and breathed contact sports. When he wasn't debating passionately about his favorite teams at the dinner table with his 5 older siblings, he was busy practicing as an amateur wrestler, something he picked up at just 7 years old. But being an athlete in a family of older, stronger athletes wasn't easy. Kurt has been open about how his early life was packed with one loss after another. I actually wasn't doing that well. And the documentary, Angle, they say I was a great athlete since I was born. That's not true. I was the worst athlete in my family, and that wasn't bad because everyone in my family were good athletes, but I lost a lot when I was younger. I cried a lot. I was a real crybaby. My family doubted if I'd ever be good at sports. From the start, it almost seemed like he was cursed. His life seemed to be going in the right direction in one moment, with hard work and perseverance, and then in another, he'd suddenly confront crippling tragedy that would push him closer to the edge. Starting in 1984 when he lost his father, David Angle, to a freak accident on the job. David was a construction worker, and one day when he went to get his lunch, he stepped on rebarb, lost his balance, and fell 13 feet onto the hard ground, breaking his shoulder and fracturing his skull. He was placed on life support, and Kurt's mother Jackie ultimately made the decision to end his suffering, weeping as she had to pull the plug on the man who held their family together. And this would have sent most others into a downward spiral. However, Kurt's dad said something to him just a year before, giving him the strength to keep fighting. He told me this the year before he died. He said, "You're gonna be the one." And I didn't understand him, but he knew, for some reason, that I'd break out of this crybaby stage and end up being a great performer. So I didn't understand what he meant, and when he passed away the next year, I thought, my dad said I was gonna be the one. I gotta start working hard now. And from that day forward, Kurt would carry the words of his late father in his head, praying before every competition with the belief that it would help him succeed. And as he dedicated his life to chasing a gold medal, he would end up with countless tragedies along the way. For 4 straight years, Kurt Angle put everything he had into preparing for the 1996 Summer Olympics. He was ranked 2nd in the US World Team, yet he struggled to find his footing. As he began losing matches, his confidence took a significant hit. However, Kurt's father was not the only person who had faith in him. Olympic gold-winning wrestler Dave Schultz was quickly becoming his mentor and invited Kurt to train at Foxcatcher, a facility in Philadelphia owned by John DuPont.
Dave told me that John DuPont started a wrestling club and he was going to be coaching there. And I thought, wow, this is a great opportunity. I said, do you think that they'd be interested in me? He said, if you win the NCAAs this year, I'm sure they will. And I did. I won the NCAAs that year, and Dave and John invited me to the farm.
At the time, John DuPont's Foxcatcher Ranch was a camp for the global wrestling elite, partly because DuPont dumped massive amounts of his family fortune into the program, but mostly because it was home to the Schultz brothers, the only American brothers to win both world and Olympic gold and have more NCAA, US Open World, and Olympic titles than any other American brother combination in history. For Kurt, this wasn't just a chance to work with the greats. He really loved Dave and saw him as everything he had ever aspired to be. But Foxcatcher Ranch was far from a perfect environment, and hyper-focused athletes like Kurt and Dave could never predict how horrifying their experience would be. Chances are you know someone who has been seriously hurt in an accident. If that wasn't bad enough, they end up with huge bills from the hospital, making not only their health a concern, but also their finances. When you're seriously hurt, your injury could be worth millions. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm with over 1,000 attorneys operating in all 50 states, and they don't settle for lowball offers. They achieved significant verdicts in the past couple of months for victims involved in life-altering car crashes. For example, $12 million in Florida, 34 times the highest insurance offer, $26 million in Philadelphia, 40 times the highest insurance offer. Their fee is absolutely free unless you win. If you ever get seriously injured, your case could be worth millions, and you're only a few clicks away from potentially changing your life. It's so easy. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at forthepeople.com/Patrick or by scanning the QR code on screen from your phone's camera. Kurt developed a foolproof strategy of deliberately slowing down the pace of his matches, saying, "If I didn't get tired, I was going to win." He immediately began focus on endurance and believed that his training only began once he became exhausted. Angle's grueling regimen included a 6-mile run completed in 38 minutes, 10 200-yard hill sprints with someone on his back, and then another 10 sprints without assistance. He would then do drills on the mat for 4 to 5 hours, rotating between 3 to 4 training partners. Then he took a 30-minute break before repeating this entire process. His evenings were reserved for plyometrics and weight training. His goal was to see how far he could push his body to its limits. For 2 consecutive years, Kurt trained 3 times a day for 28 out of 30 days each month. And because of that, he was knocking off the best conditioned wrestlers in the world, establishing him as a serious contender for the gold medal at the 1996 Summer Olympics. But there was something lurking in the background that neither Dave nor Kurt could have seen coming. Foxcatcher's leader, John DuPont, was about to snap, and his mental decline was becoming more and more noticeable to residents of the ranch.
Merry Christmas! Don't hurt yourself.
The property changed to a militarized zone. I said, "Who are you afraid of?" And John said, "You never know who it might be."
Uh-oh, it's getting a little more serious.
I was really worried.
You gotta get out of there. You gotta get out of there now.
While it wasn't known by the general public at the time, John DuPont was a paranoid schizophrenic who had become fixated on creating a new legacy for the DuPont name. He had a creepy fixation with the Schultz brothers and other wrestlers living on his compound, turning it into a fortress, playing with firearms without warning and waving them in the faces of the wrestlers. He also told one wrestler that Foxcatcher would become a KKK organization and constantly had to be reassured by Dave that shadowy figures weren't coming out of the walls, all while he was drunk or high on random drugs. Dave Schultz's brother Mark would later describe how they felt scared, but they couldn't justify leaving with so little money. "I was kind of trapped in a way because I was competing for the world championships and there weren't a whole lot of options for me. Because I was an Olympic champion, I was so used to people treating me with respect. It just didn't occur to me that someone would be so underhanded." Eventually, after one too many gun-associated confrontations with DuPont, Mark vowed never to return. However, Dave returned to practice at the ranch regardless. He was in complete denial because of his own progress and the growth of great wrestlers like Kurt Angle. He believed that DuPont was a gift to the world of Olympic wrestling. He knew he was unstable, but DuPont was a frail old man and not a perceived threat to an Olympic gold medalist. Tragically, on January 26, 1996 at 2 p.m., John DuPont grabbed a .44 Magnum and ordered his security consultant to drive him to Dave Schultz's house. Dave's last words were, "Hi, boss," with a smile and a friendly wave. DuPont answered him with a gun pointed at his head. He screamed, "You got a problem with me?" and opened fire, shooting Schultz dead on the spot. Right after, DuPont's own security turned on him, but he managed to jump in his car, flee to his mansion, and hide from prying eyes as the whole SWAT team surrounded his house, managing to avoid arrest for days until they finally captured him.
DuPont allegedly shot Olympic wrestling champion David Schultz. Schultz, who won a gold medal in the 1984 Summer Olympics, lived with his family in a home on the estate. It is at that home that police say DuPont drove up and shot Schultz in the driveway. Schultz's wife, Nancy, was a witness to the event. The family's grief was evident on the face of Schultz's daughter as her mother explained their loss.
My family must now turn its focus and energy to my children, Alexander and Danielle.
who've had a very close relationship with their father and who are struggling to understand how and why this tragedy happened and how they will possibly fill this void in their lives.
Just like that, a little girl lost a father, and wrestlers like Kurt Angle had to find out they lost a friend from the news. He had just talked to Dave earlier that day. Understandably, Kurt can't seem to talk about Dave's death without looking like he's on the verge of breaking down.
Someone tuned into CNN in the office and saw that Dave Schultz was shot. They didn't say he was murdered, just that he got shot. I called Dave earlier that day and left him a message and told him I was coming out to Foxcatcher to train that week. I wanted to go out and have Dave train me. Dave was my coach at the time, and along with a couple other coaches, but Dave was my key coach. And it blew me away. I couldn't believe that DuPont killed him, but I knew that John DuPont was acting a little suspicious. You know, he was seemed like he was always sedated, some kind of drug, carrying a gun with him, around with him all the time. I mean, he was like a ticking time bomb.
Facing the grief of losing yet another father figure, Kurt fully immersed himself in wrestling, training harder than he ever had before. He dominated his weight class during the 1996 US Open. However, during the semifinals, he failed to execute a move, landing face first on the mat. This impact resulted in a series of cracking and crunching sounds in his neck. After getting back on his feet, Angle realized he couldn't feel his arms. Despite this significant obstacle, Kurt continued to fight, gradually scoring points and eventually managing to secure a win. Following the match, he approached the trainer, who began to crack his neck, eliciting a sharp pain that coursed down his back and arms. 8 hours after the semifinals, Angle was set to compete in the finals against Kerry McCoy, one of the most accomplished wrestlers in US history. He considered taking a break, knowing that second place would still qualify him for the Olympic trials, but wanting to make Dave and his dad proud, he wrestled anyway. But he did do everything he could to avoid engaging in the match.
This guy's hurt.
Miraculously, Kurt managed to pull off the victory and was one step forward to achieving his Olympic aspirations. This would be Kurt's defining characteristic as an
Seems like an intelligent thing to do. Yeah, kitty, it's time. You ready? We gonna feed you. Love that sound, don't you? Excited, kitty? You gonna get this food? Yeah, it's good food. You know what I'm saying? Good food for kitty. There you go. Alright, there's the food and the water for the kitty. Shut up the light though. Let's save the power. There's food for kitty.
athlete. His career is packed with memorable moments where he defied the odds, but he might be one of the only people on the planet who would hop back into a full contact brawl half paralyzed. To this day, it's arguably what he's most remembered for, with memes popping up anytime
Cute, but can he do it with a broken
someone
freaking
does
neck?
something remotely impressive both in and out of pro wrestling. But as inspiring
How
as
is that
this sounds,
impressive?
Kurt was falling into a common mental trap for aspiring professional athletes. He refused to give his body rest out of fear of losing momentum, literally tearing himself apart over and over. He'd soon have to confront a serious question. Would you rather be safe and heal your injuries, or fight through the constant pain and risk it all? Kurt visited a chiropractor who conducted an x-ray and informed him that he had 4 fractured vertebrae. 2 of the discs were pressing against his spinal cord, and he was one wrong move away from being completely paralyzed, or maybe even dead. But Kurt was an absolute madman. Even though his body was starting to fail, he continued doing weight training and cardio. He explained on the Joe Rogan Experience that instead of slowing down, he went on to participate in the Olympic trials where wrestlers were eager to exploit his injuries. He had to depend on a traveling physician to give him Novocaine before each match to kill the pain of a broken neck.
I said, well, what's your plan? He said, well, you're not gonna be able to train much. You're gonna have to let your neck rest and heal for the next 6 weeks. And it won't be completely healed, but it'll be healed enough that you can still go. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a doctor travel with you. And this doctor's gonna stick you with 12 shots of Novocaine in your neck 5 minutes before each one of your matches. Therefore, you won't feel the pain, you'll forget your neck is broken, and you'll wrestle more freely. But he said, I'm warning you, an hour after your matches are over, you're gonna be in excruciating pain from the abuse your neck takes during those matches. And he said, are you okay with this? And I said, yes, and it worked.
But when he finally got to the 1996 Olympics, his opponents knew about his neck and they planned on exploiting it. But Kurt wasn't going to go down easy. In his first match, Kurt defeated a wrestler from Mongolia 4-0. His next opponent was a 7-foot-tall Cuban, and after a tense bout that ended 0-0, he ended up scoring a victory with just 4 seconds remaining in double OT. And in the following match against a Russian competitor, he found himself trailing 3-0 early on, but his opponent used up all his energy. But as we know, Kurt's cardio was world class, and he ended up coming back from a 3-0 deficit to win with a score of 4-3. Then Kurt found himself against Abbas Jadidi, the most renowned Iranian wrestler to date, and for Kurt, this was it. He had pushed through broken bones and several personal tragedies just for a chance at making it big. He was the underdog. The only chance he had was to wear his opponent down without losing the ability to move, and surprisingly, the strategy really worked.
Both wrestlers have really expended and extended themselves in this match, despite the 1-1 score.
Shadidi showing a lot of power in this overtime.
Off the mat, no points, no score. 1 minute and 25 seconds left in the sudden death. Jackie, Kurt's mom, very nervous. Sometimes she leaves. She gets so nervous and anxious, but she's going to stay here for this one.
And Shadidi here
taking a break.
But when the match ended, it all came down to a referee's decision. All Kurt could think was, 4 more years. I have to do this for 4 more years. He knew he wouldn't be able to just stop wrestling after earning 2nd place. But after some tense debate, the referee raised Kurt's hand, and he realized he had just won a gold medal despite competing with a broken neck.
There's the hand being raised. The referees didn't know. First raised one hand, then the other, and elated. Kurt Angle jumps for joy with this victory and gold medal.
And in that moment, it was as if the curse had been lifted. Kurt proved to himself, his dad, and his mentor, David Schultz, that he was one of the greatest athletes who had ever lived. It took a tremendous amount of strength and stamina to be a gold medalist wrestler, and to do it all with a broken neck, that was enough to make Kurt Angle a legend. But, legend or not, Kurt was still incredibly poor. There was a reason why Olympic wrestlers were willing to put up with a schizophrenic DuPont who was waving guns around and shouting at ghosts. The only way most Olympians made it out of poverty is if someone came along to capitalize on their hard-earned success. For Kurt, this would be Vince McMahon, the architect of the modern WWE, and it would become clear that the pain Kurt was feeling was far from over. He was going to break his body over and over again in the WWE, developing a brutal addiction and even more tragedy that would last him a lifetime. Following Kurt Angle's victory at the Olympics, he had the kind of storyline that would make any savvy businessman see dollar signs. matches, the story about his dad, the connection to one of the greatest Olympic scandals of all time, and winning the gold while almost becoming paralyzed, it was something that wrestling fanatic Vince McMahon had been praying for since he started his pro wrestling empire. At the time, McMahon was willing to do anything that he could to legitimize his industry, and there was no better way to do it than to get an actual gold medalist on his team. And to get Angle's attention, McMahon rolled out the red carpet, sparing no expense to convince Kurt that this was his future. Kurt described the whole experience saying, "I didn't know what I was getting into. Going up there and them giving me the whole limo treatment, the first-class airfare, and treating me like an important person, it was pretty cool. Going into Vince's office and talking to him was a bit overwhelming. I knew of him and what he's accomplished, and to meet with him, he straight up gave me a 10-year deal. This is what it is, and this is what you're gonna get. Take it or leave it." I asked him if I could talk to my agent first before I decided, and Vince said, "That's fine." The meeting wasn't that long, but I told him I was interested. I didn't know if I was gonna sign or not. And the offer McMahon gave Kurt was way more than the average pro wrestler at the time, who received a 10-year contract for $5 million. But surprisingly, Kurt rejected the initial offer. It was more money than he could have ever dreamed of, and yet he couldn't help but feel that this career change felt a little cheap and silly. If he signed with the WWF, he would have to accept scripted losses from people who would never come close to achieving what he did in 1996. Imagine being the actual best wrestler in the world, having won an Olympic gold medal against the highest level of competition possible, and then entering the WWF and fake fighting in front of a crowd that saw you fight legitimately with a broken neck. It may have felt like a serious step back. But after some thought in 1998, Kurt was convinced to try out for the WWF, accepting a contract within days and training under Dory Funk Jr. He debuted in the WWA, which is essentially the minor leagues, and from there, his attitude towards professional wrestling was starting to change. He knew that the fights in the ring were scripted, but he also started to understand that this didn't mean that there weren't quality athletes taking on serious risks. When I got to the WWE, my attitude changed. I started getting what it's all about and understanding it. It was actually in early 1998. I started watching it on TV. I started watching Monday Night Raw. What caught me was Austin, Rock, Undertaker, Triple H. It was a fun show to watch, and they were very athletic. I was really surprised at their athleticism. Seeing them go through the ring, the issue was, I still thought it was a bunch of stunts. I didn't know there was psychology and storytelling involved. That's what I thought. Pro wrestlers were Hollywood stuntmen. I didn't understand there was some wrestling involved in pro wrestling. It was an eye-opening experience for me. And after a year of matches and constant training, Kurt Angle had his first televised match at Survivor Series 1999, where he defeated Shawn Stasiak. From here, Angle proceeded to have one of the greatest rookie years in pro wrestling history. He remained undefeated for 2 months, with his first loss coming at the Royal Rumble in January of 2000. The following month, he won both the European and Intercontinental Championships. His character initially presented him as a virtuous and patriotic figure, emphasizing his Olympic success and promoting his 3 I's: intensity, integrity, and intelligence. His moves in professional wrestling largely reflected his Olympic wrestling background. His signature moves included the angle slam and the ankle lock. This persona was originally designed to make him a role model and give some legitimacy to wrestling. However, his overly self-righteous demeanor and cocky and condescending attitude quickly turned him into a comedic heel. By 2003, Kurt Angle was more recognized for his pro wrestling career than his journey to Olympic gold. He had performed with industry legends like The Rock to win the WWF Championship, engaged in a feud with Stone Cold Steve Austin, and had generally proven to be the kind of athlete that was able to pull off incredible stunts while goofing off in a way that let audiences know he didn't take himself too seriously. But he was about to make history that would change the course of the WWE and his life forever when he feuded with Brock Lesnar. To fans, this was a match made in heaven.
When I was in the ring, I took a lot of pride in what I did.
Angle slam!
I always wanted to be the best. I was always the best.
Kurt Angle is a WWF champion!
God put me on this earth to be a professional wrestler.
Look at this monster!
I think Kurt Angle wanted to know just how good he really was. And no one could push him like Brock Lesnar could push him.
To this day, the climax of the feud at WrestleMania 19 is considered to be a technical masterpiece. Brock and Kurt were at the top of their game, and every fan was tuned in to see them settle their rivalry once and for all. But tragically, it looked like Kurt Angle's curse was far from over. Once again, his body was starting to quit on him. And now looking back on this legendary feud, it's obvious that every hit Kurt was taking was absolute agony. Even though professional wrestling looked like a positive distraction, Kurt wasn't as young as he used to be. He was a 35-year-old man held together by incredibly invasive procedures, and because he refused to slow down, he was forced to make a visit to the hospital that would change his life forever. He underwent neck surgery to repair nerve and spinal damage, calcium buildup, bone spurs, and intervertebral disc issues. Instead of removing the discs and fusing his vertebrae together, Angle opted for a less conventional surgery where only the spurs and selected portions of the discs were removed, and the surgery was mostly a success. It reduced Angle's rehabilitation time from 1 year to 3 months. But in order to help with the speedy recovery, Kurt's doctor prescribed an increasingly popular painkiller called Vicodin, an opioid used to numb the pain from severe injuries and after intense procedures. At the time, Kurt didn't see the big deal. One pill every 3 to 4 hours in the short term seemed simple enough. However, as the pain became more mental than physical, Kurt would find himself confronting the greatest battle of his life, struggling with an addiction that was very new to the American public, and even he could not have predicted that his greatest rival wouldn't be on the mat or in the ring. This time, it would be against himself. Back in Virginia, his sister Leanne had been struggling financially. For a long time, she had been losing her self-worth after enduring 3 unhappy marriages, and to cope with the pain, she resorted to doing H. To finance her habit, Leanne frequently called Kurt asking for money. That was until he discovered she was spending it on drugs and had accumulated a debt of $35,000, prompting Kurt to insist that she move back to Pittsburgh to stay with their mother, or he wouldn't help with her debt. With no other options left, she returned home. Kurt settled her debts, and for a time, Leanne appeared to be doing well. But even though Kurt's sister was surrounded by family, she could not kick her dependence on the drug. Sticking to his word, Kurt chose not to speak with her after discovering she didn't stop, and in less than a year, she lost her life. She didn't get clean, so for the next 8 months I didn't talk to her. Then she overdosed. And this is what ultimately pushed Kurt over the edge.
Pushing junkies away is always a really
addiction
good plan.
is a family disease. One person may use it, but the whole family suffers.
Look how
But
well
what they
I turned
forget
out.
to mention is that addiction itself often runs in the family. If one person is using, there's likely
happened
more
there?
suffering on the other side of the table. In his interview with Joe
closed out
Rogan,
before I
Kurt
could stop
explained
you.
that the loss of 2 family members was too much to handle, and his relationship with Vicodin was seriously spiraling out of control.
So here I am, I'm in a hotel room, and I look at my pills. I said, "Kid." I took 20 of them, threw them in my mouth, chewed them up, and swallowed them. I didn't wake up till 5 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. And I had the biggest match of my career. That night.
At this point, the Vicodin wasn't even there to help with the pain. It was a ritual that prevented Kurt from absolutely losing his mind. Each night, he placed 15 pills on his bedside table because when he woke up, he would be having withdrawal symptoms. Within 6 months, Angle was taking 65 extra-strength Vicodin pills per day.
I was taking 65 extra strength Vicodin a day. That's how out of control I got. And I was hiding it from the company.
Surprisingly, at first, Angle's substance abuse issues had no effect on his in-ring performance, but in order to support his drug habit, he needed to work. In order to work, he needed to endure the pain, and to mask the pain, he managed to justify taking enough pills to kill several full-grown men. He had a calendar to set up a schedule of when he would call each doctor to get a different script for more. He also had a contact in Mexico to get them illegally. Now, the pills became his top priority. Nothing else mattered. And in the following years, Angle's behavior would become so erratic that he did not recognize himself. It drove his life into the ground while destroying his reputation. In 2005, Angle was doing anything and everything to stay relevant and get more drug money, and this escalated in a feud with Booker T. For context, Booker T's wife, Sharmell, entered the wrestling world as a WCW Nitro girl, later transitioning into an on-screen role as a manager and valet. In the WWE, Sharmell became integral to Booker T's storylines, particularly during his reign as King Booker, playing the role of Queen Sharmell. And during his feud against Booker, Angle repeatedly harassed Sharmell, which included a segment where he claimed that he wanted to have, quote, beast with her. This was not only an extremely disturbing storyline created by Vince McMahon, but it was a moment that made Kurt realize just how desperate he was to stay in the limelight. I totally regret it. I didn't want any part of it. Even though I got to wrestle Booker, I'd rather not wrestle Booker than do what I had to do with Sharmell. He'd also later reveal that Vince instructed him to be a pervert, and that was something he never would have done if he weren't so drug dependent. It also didn't help Kurt's mental state when in that same year, his friend and professional wrestling partner, Eddie Guerrero, died suddenly of heart failure. He was only 38 years old, and this made people reasonably assume that his early death had to do with his own battle in the past with drug and alcohol abuse. From there, Kurt's nosedive into substance abuse became more and more noticeable. Even Vince, who had been pushing him to his limits, scheduled a meeting with Kurt and expressed concerns about his health, recommending that he enter rehab. Kurt requested to be released by the company, because at the time, he didn't think he had a problem, nor did he want to stop consuming painkillers. And in a later interview, he explained that he had become so focused that he had no idea what was going on in his personal life. Everything was devoted to wrestling. I had some regrets because I was just starting to get good when I quit WWE in 2006. I was just starting to come into my own. Where I was, not that I didn't have incredible matches there, I did from 2006 to 2001, but I started really becoming a seasoned veteran 6 years into my career, and that was right around 2006. He took a break for 3 months to lay low after Vince's intervention, but shocked fans shortly after when he signed a contract with TNA in October of 2006. With all of Kurt Angle's star power, fans felt completely blindsided. They could not comprehend why he would go down to the B leagues, as TNA was viewed as significantly inferior to WWE in nearly every way. But according to Angle, it was an opportunity to start fresh. The reason I signed with TNA, and there's nothing wrong with this, but when you're in WWE, it's a huge company. It's bigger than you. There's nothing you can do. You can have the greatest career of all time. You're not going to make a bigger impression on the company itself. TNA, it's a smaller company, and you're the bigger name in the company. You're carrying the company on your back and making it into a WWE. You have a purpose that way. And to an extent, Angle was right. TNA gave him the ability to train new wrestlers, perform in memorable matches, and gave him more creative power to do what he wanted. But once again, Kurt was choosing his career over his mental health. He was making efforts to replace Vicodin, but with a controlled release morphine medication. And when this wasn't enough, he started to mix whatever he was taking with alcohol.
I got my painkiller problem under control there because I found a doctor that got me on MS Contin. There are 2 morphine pills. They're very tiny, but they'll keep you from going through withdrawal. So I would take one in the morning, one at night, and no more painkillers. They were painkillers because they were morphine, but they were high dose. It was just 2 of them that I had to take. Well, I started having anxiety about breaking my neck over and over again, so they put me on Xanax. So now I'm taking Xanax, and then I switched to TNA, Impact Wrestling, and everybody drank there, so I started drinking alcohol.
And this is where Kurt Angle really hit rock bottom. By 2007, Kurt Angle's relationship with alcohol was taking on a life of its own, and now other lives were at risk. The first incident occurred when a witness saw him leave a bar, drive erratically, and nearly crash, leading to a DUI arrest. Although he was later found not guilty due to lack of evidence, it wasn't the wake-up call it should have been. In 2009, Kurt was arrested by the Moon Township Police Department after violating a protection of abuse order obtained by his girlfriend, Trinisha Biggers, who accused him of abuse and stalking. She had told the police that Angle had abused her physically, and he had been stalking her from outside a Starbucks. Trinisha reported to the police that Angle had taken possession of her BlackBerry cell phone, and she feared Angle was erasing text messages and photos that showed injuries she suffered during their altercation. Angle was arraigned on charges of harassment, and police found HGH and syringes in his car during the stop. According to the affidavit, Kurt told police the drug was prescribed to him legally. Once again, the charges were dropped after he and Trinisha reached an agreement to avoid contact with each other. But the last thing anyone should have done is let Kurt Angle back behind the wheel. On March 25th, 2011, North Dakota Highway Patrol officers found Kurt Angle in a smashed up red Dodge Durango with the smell of alcohol coming from the vehicle. He failed a field sobriety test and was arrested shortly afterward. This time, Angle pled guilty to the charges and was sentenced on April 20th, 2011 to 1 year of unsupervised probation probation, a chemical dependency evaluation, and a 10-day suspended sentence. Then in 2013, he was arrested again in Texas for his second DWI. After multiple arrests and near disasters, Kurt Angle's struggle with substance abuse officially destroyed his life. And after years of running from his problems and hopping from one addiction to another, Kurt tweeted, "In light of recent events, I will immediately be entering a rehabilitation center. I am confident that in taking these steps, I can begin to address necessary changes in my life." Rehab gave Kurt the opportunity to take responsibility for his actions and understand that he was lucky to have had so many chances. And on JRE, Kurt opened up about how the withdrawals he suffered were so extreme that it was more than enough to keep him sober for the rest of his life.
The one thing that I kept going across in my mind was going through withdrawal. I don't want to do that again. And I know if I start taking them, I'm going to have to experience that again, and I don't want to.
What is it like? What does withdrawal feel like?
Okay, you're sweating because you're hot and you're cold
What
at
does
the same
withdrawal
time.
feel like?
You're shitting your pants. You're throwing up. Can't think straight. Your body's shaking. You're getting hot sweats, cold sweats. You feel like you don't have anything inside of you. No insides, no organs, nothing. You feel like you're hollow. It's just the craziest thing. It's the most painful thing I've ever gone through. You know, I'm sure people have been in a lot more pain than that with certain things they've had done to themselves, but for me, that was the worst.
And this was enough for Kurt to finally keep his promise. The thought of losing his family and the crippling pain of withdrawals was the wake-up call he truly needed. These days, some people still like to give Kurt Angle a hard time for his past mistakes, and he has been the subject of countless jokes, the most infamous one making fun of his drug habit by calling him Perk Angle. I've noticed the Perk Angle nickname trending on social media. While I know it's made in jest, it reminds me of a time when I struggled deeply with addiction and mental health challenges. Those memories are painful, but they also fuel my commitment to helping others. I've been clean for 12 years and have since built a life dedicated to purpose and service. Addiction destroys lives, but it's never too late to get help. I appreciate all the positive feedback and support. To my fans, thank you for never giving up on me. I love you all. And yeah, today Kurt Angle does look like a man who is constantly on uppers, but when you consider the extreme mental and physical pain he has suffered throughout his lifetime, he looks better than most. From the moment Kurt Angle wrestled on the mat to the moment he got sober, he was a man of extremes. He was the only Olympic wrestler to complete under the threat of paralysis or death. He lost 2 father figures and even his own sibling, and through it all, he never gave up. But he's also proven that this dedication comes with nasty side effects. There were countless moments where he could have taken a step back and learned his actions didn't just affect him. They also affected everyone he loved, and sometimes innocent people he didn't even know. Thankfully, he never hurt anyone, and he decided to choose survival. Instead of being another sob story, he became both an example of perseverance as well as an example that it's never too late to turn your life around.
All right, 2026 for MMOs. You know, as we go into this year, I just want to take a look and see what 2025 had in store for MMOs. Just to look back at how things were. Oh my fucking God! What is happening? What was this year? Oh, what? Oh. That wasn't a good year at all for MMOs. So 2026 can only be like better, right? At least for MMOs. Everything else is fuck. I think we can all agree that 2025 was a year for the MMO genre of trials, tribulations, and downright, well, depressing news. It felt like more MMOs were canceled that year than actually launched, and some of them actually had promise. It wasn't even that the MMOs that got canceled always felt like they deserved it either. Project Blackbird from ZeniMax was reportedly looking and playing well, but got eaten up by the hungry maw of Microslop. You know, the thing that they're begging you to like so that they actually won't go bankrupt. And games like Project Ghost was making steady progress and had been promised to continue funding, but was ultimately killed off. And then there was Jackalope Games' Warhammer 40k MMO, which we got to see some of the screenshots for, and it actually looked pretty freaking cool, but we'll never get to see that one anyway. But yeah, all of these games are canceled. And we'll never get to see if they were any good or not, or if they were actually bad. So we just get to see what they could have been. And actually, all of them got scrubbed from this list. But as dark as things are, there's always still hope. I mean, that's the stuff that we learned from Samwise Gamgee and Obi-Wan, right? There's always hope when things are dark. So I've been collecting a few MMOs that I've personally been very interested in, looking forward into 2026 and beyond. Some of the MMOs that I think have some potential going forward. This is not a complete list of every MMO that could be coming out, as I have tried to avoid some of the ones that I think could be outrageously pay to win. So sorry, Aeon 2 is not going to be on this list. Or some of the ones that I think are just not going to be MMOs, like Arcade Chronicles. Or, you know, more mobile games. At the same time, not every MMO that is on this list is one that I will personally play. They're just games that I think have a market, or games that I think can at least have some hope to get a player base. Or at least ones that I think you, as someone who watches this channel, will enjoy. Because you see, this channel has never been solely about myself, it has also been about you and trying to connect you with games that I think you will enjoy. So you can find distractions for yourself while the world burns around you. We have to start with my personal favorite on this list, the game I've followed closely for, well, quite frankly, too damn long. Pantheon: Rise of the Fallen, a game that has lifted me up as many times as it has let me down. Yep. Pantheon is an MMO that was the brainchild of the legendary EverQuest and Vanguard developer Brad McQuaid that sought to follow in the footsteps of those games. It is a game that put cooperation, challenge, exploration, class identity, and lore at the forefront. Of those, the last one, lore, doesn't quite exist in the game yet, but we've been promised we'll get it someday. Pantheon is an MMO that's straddling the line between classic World of Warcraft and classic EverQuest. It'll have more quality of life aspects than you might expect, but also more difficulty and punishment than you might be ready for. Corpse runs and death penalties go hand in hand with mount taming and experience reses. Pantheon's 2025 was mixed, launching into early access to end 2024, but it ends 2025 with a fresh infusion of a couple $1 million and a new production manager to keep the ball rolling, as well as some major changes to add in a new quality of life elements to the game and a promised wipe coming in spring of 2026 this year. Promising to kind of revitalize the game, coming with a whole lot of content, a whole lot of changes that'll really revitalize a lot of the things in this game and make it a lot more friendly, but still kind of keeping the edge. In a lot of ways, making it a bit more like EverQuest than it was before by making it more open than it had been. Still maintaining some of that challenge, but getting rid of some of those hard breaks it had between elite NPCs and solo NPCs. I like to think of Pantheon and where it's going as EverQuest in 2001, 2002, maybe even 2003. That's kind of where I feel the game is heading, at least so far. But if you're looking for a more classic experience, a more 1999 experience, maybe EverQuest, you might be more interested in the next game on our list. Monsters and Memories is a very classically inspired EverQuest-like MMO and one of the newer open development titles on this list. newer being about, well, 4 or so years in development, and when most of the games on this list are out and about being a decade plus, that's pretty damn young. A toddler even. It's a team of mostly volunteers led by Sean, who worked as a lead designer over at EverQuest and DCUO. While not running 24/7 just yet, Monsters Memories has run several multi-day playtests and has expansive content already in the game to play. The easiest way to describe the game is a home for those who loved the feel of EverQuest in 1999. There's no hand-holding, the nights are dark and scary, and the corpse runs are tough and experiences slow. But the rewards are worth it if that's the type of game you're yearning for. I've watched this game grow and become more and more polished with each and every playtest, and it's going to be launching into early access in June of 2026, so it's coming around pretty soon. The game already boasts an expansive list of races and classes to play, and you will feel very at home if you played EverQuest. It's not really pushing any crazy boundaries or trying to reinvent the wheel, but that's kind of what makes it home for a lot of people. That is what a lot of people are looking for. The next game on our list is kind of doing the opposite of that. But they are looking for an entirely different audience.
Damn it.
Have you ever wanted to play Star Wars Galaxies 2.0? That is kind of what Raph Koster, the legendary designer from Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxies, is aiming for with their indie project Stars Reach. It was only recently announced and had been in development for a while before running a successful proof of concept Kickstarter this past year. Unlike the two games already mentioned, Stars Reach is a much more casual friendly and much more sandbox style MMO. It's designed around freedom and shorter play sessions with a destructible world in the vein of EverQuest Landmark, taken up a notch by having real physics and chemical formulas behind plant growth, sand accumulation, water flow, etc. I don't know how the shit works, I failed chemistry, but it still seems pretty freaking cool. Like Monsters and Memories, Stars Reach isn't fully 24/7 yet, though they've also been running much longer multi-day playtests recently, and they're also in the process of revamping and upgrading their visuals. First, they've been upgrading their environment and their visual effects, but once those upgrades are complete, they'll be moving on to the character models for their next visual upgrades. They've also been working on a lot of other things like their city system, their new player system, all work a little bit better than they had been before. There's a lot of work undergoing on the hood on this, so pretty much every time you log in, it feels a little bit different. The underlying basis of Star Wars Galaxies is here. Skill trees, player-run cities, deep crafting, even right down to a rudimentary version of taming and entertaining. But what the game won't have is Star Wars Galaxy's setting. It may end up with some starter cities and NPCs, but it won't have the rich lore and world of Star Wars to draw on. Still, this is a game I have a lot of hope for that people can enjoy both as casual players and even more hardcore players. My only concern is that this is going to end up being a massive sandbox. There's going to be a lot of sand to play in, but not enough world building to make it feel grounded. That's just one thing that we'll have to see what happens as the game progresses. But like Stars Reach, our next game is a bit quirky, and it is also getting a visual upgrade. But believe it or not, I took so long to make this video. This game may already be out by the time you're watching it, and it may not even be anticipated. This Project Gorgon is actually launching. After 7 years in early access, the little indie MMO is finally heading to a full 1.0 launch on January 28th of 2026. Designed around unique and interesting experiences, it is a sandboxy tab target questy weird MMO with 16 combat skills, 71 trade skills, and 11 beast skills to mix and match. Project Gorgon is one of those MMOs that comes up often in indie MMO circles and has a tremendous amount of goodwill, especially around its creators. It's made its way onto the list in part because on its way to launch, they're also making one big move that I think always tickles a particular vain part of us MMO players. Character models. New updated player models are going into the game and will be there for launch, and they do look much improved from what they had before. Perhaps best of all, Project Gorgon actually has a demo you can try for free. So whatever I have to say about the game, you can go and just play it. The demo has up to level 15 to see if the game's mix of struggle, charm, and just kind of weird is up your alley. But I'm a fan of demos just for this reason. Just let people try the game to see if they like it. Because it really just gives people a chance to play because there's no reason not to, at least if you have the time to.
No! No, developer, you're bad! No! Bad developer! Bad!
For our next MMO on this list, my concerns are well documented, and much of them can be tied to the nature of it being an MMORPG that is so tied to PvP as its core function, which requires a vibrant player base willing to engage in said PvP.
Ashes. It better not be Ashes. You fucking idiot.
But the way it's kind of set up to work here, I don't know. Oh my god. Oh, PvP. PvP. Shit. Why don't I have any skills? Oh, did I have to like... I couldn't attack him.
Please go.
Do I have to opt in? Now those concerns have actually expanded over the years to content and content moderation as well as monetization.
I was full-blown moving 100 miles an hour on a
remains
motorcycle.
The MMO that holds the
Piece of shit,
of
cocksucker, bad developer. Bad developer.
In the early 2000s, like Shadowbane, and then much later to Arcade for PvP games. Key to the game being its guild versus guild or node versus node PvP. And with Arcade Chronicles, the sequel to Arcade, not actually making this list largely because, well, it sounds like it's going to be much smaller in scale and more action RPG with optional multiplayer and actually more leaning towards PvE instead of PvP. This and Mortal Online 2 seem like the current generation versions of PvP. Well, and albeit online. Azure Creation is a grindy indie MMO that's fairly well funded for an indie MMO, made in Unreal Engine that has bounced around the genre space as being the last great hope or a total failure, depending on the mood and the content creator that's covering it. I tend to think the game is going to be landing somewhere in the middle. Azure Creation remains the largest budget and most ambitious PvP-focused MMORPG out there, and Ashes went into early access on Steam on December 11th of 2025, and it was perhaps the largest profile early access indie MMO on Steam, and I think after about a month of settling down, the reviews are fairly reflective of where the game is at. Mixed. Currently it is sitting at 61% with just about 5,500 reviews, and Ashes is a game that I'm still finding a bit of an enigma myself. I think the appeal of this game lies in a space where I currently don't find myself, but I remain hopeful that it can fill a niche that as of right now is supported.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Mortal too. It's like Mortal's not catering to me, or I would play it as a main. If it would just, you know, do a little bit more like catering to PvE. Like every other MMO fucking history, I know it's too much to ask to CCP and fucking Starball to change their weird thing about PvP, but it's like, you have to save us. You have the only good sandboxes, and you're keeping all the real good players out. You know, you're only including bad PvPers with bad attitudes. And it's weird. It's weird to do. It's, you know, not very normal. Okay, we're going to that. Send ping. No, not send ping. Set his waypoint. Where am I going? Oh god, where am I going? Where am I going? Okay. Ooh, honey. Maybe I will try going south from that side. But I came here because I don't want this spawn anymore. I did all the stuff in this neighborhood, I think. I did the Flame Sanctum, didn't I? I think I did, yeah. I don't know, it's an interesting area, and I haven't been there. I haven't been up there yet. I have a better approach now. I can get rid of this place.
Largely by games like Albion Online, Mortal Online 2, and the creaky moorings of ancient Ultima Online,
or
the
EVE Online,
open world PvP MMO. Oh, honestly, it is an underserved subgenre of the MMO genre, and so for that reason, it has to kind of be on this list. But quick plug here, if you do like that kind of game, Albion Online and Ultima Online
He's
Outlands,
talking about fantasy
the
MMOs,
server
I guess.
for Ultima Online, they're actually a lot of fun. Go try them out too. I had to put this one on here. Oh, Star Citizen. Star Citizen, the never-ending hole of funding. The MMO that has made a business model of never launching and selling in-game items. The billion-dollar MMO. With a B. Or at least probably by the time you're watching this. Billion-dollar MMO, as at the time of this writing, the game has raised a mind-boggling $922 million. That's insane.
It's like a country. Oh, that's a gem forge, is it? Let's bring the green gem with me and go to that gem forge real quick. Where is that green gem? There was like a green gem in here. Where did I put that thing?
It's the MMO that's been twinkling on the horizon of release for years, but also still seems to lack fundamental things like NPCs. It has systems with the depth of an ocean, but a world with the depth of a puddle. Until they have interactable NPCs and planets that matter, this game will feel like a pale imitation of Star Wars Galaxies with an absolutely freaking incredible flight simulator attached to it. And that is something that I don't feel is all that debatable. The flight simulator part of this game is freaking really good.
It is.
It really feels great when it's not buggy, but it feels really great when you play it. And I hate flight simulators largely because I suck at it. I'm really bad at it, but it feels really good. But of all of the games on this list, it may have the largest pay-to-win concerns, given that they've made the most money off of their in-game ship sales. Earnable in-game or not, it's impossible not to see those ship sales as giving a leg up in-game that includes both PvE and PvP gameplay. Where Star Citizen does shine is that flight simulator and those flight physics. If you played it at any point, this is one of the things that's hard to deny, and something that I think you really feel when flying close to or on planets. There's just a crispness to it and a responsiveness, whether it's space combat or racing about or daring to fly low across water. But more recently, they've also made some major improvements to the user interface, making the first-person shooter combat more fun and responsive as well. Again, when it doesn't bug out. The biggest problem for me is just how one-note it is. NPCs seem to exist mostly in a vacuum without world lore or context, and they're still pretty buggy. I mean, well, like I said, the game is buggy. Whatever does end up happening to Star Citizen and its single-player counterpart, Squadron 42, will shake up the industry one way or another. Any game or games that have publicly cost over $1 billion and taken well over a decade are bound to. This game will cause ripples no matter what happens. Our next game couldn't be farther from causing ripples. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Apogea, or Apogea. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Apogea.
I finally got to play Apogea in the recent playtest, a charming little classically inspired Tibia-like. Is that a thing? A top-down, non-hand-holding MMO that's going to find a dedicated audience. From quests where you'll have to think through the answers, to grinding NPCs ad nauseum, and watching your health regenerate at times, painfully slowly. I mean, really freaking slowly. Like, not quite core punk slowly, but very, very slow. This is a deceptively deep, but also casual MMORPG that feels like one of those games people will put thousands of hours into, or like 5 minutes. I don't know that there's gonna be a whole lot of in between. Combat is in line with what you might expect in a game like Ultima Online or Tibia. You just kind of press a button and you go and attack. So don't get your hopes up for any Black Desert Online combos or anything like that. But sometimes that slow, calming pace is exactly what's needed, until you get damn near one-shotted or murdered by a goddamn cave spider. Yes, it does really happen. Apogea also promises to be non-pay-to-win, though it will have an in-game shop. Apogea isn't going to win any prizes for graphics, but I think for many that's part of the appeal. Going back to some of our early MMOs like Monsters and Memories, this feels like an updated version of a classic experience. Just the experience like this is adapting is more in line with RuneScape and Tibia and less in line with EverQuest or Final Fantasy XI. I mean, it's a game that's been pleasantly described as miserably old school and enough grinding to hit the podium alongside RuneScape. So if that's your vibe, you can wishlist Apogea on Steam right now. Apogea was originally slated for a late 2025 release, but obviously that release date has slipped a bit. There's a running theme here of classically inspired games. Our next one is no exception. Alldayerrydaybaby Online is formerly EverCraft Online, an EverQuest-style MMORPG, an EverQuest-like, that's visually more closely related to Minecraft. But don't confuse that for a game with destructible habitats. Alldayerrydaybaby is an EverQuest-like MMO through and through, and it's a game that I think has shown some of the best vertical slices of this type of MMO of the handful that are being made. Top to bottom, Alldayerrydaybaby has been nailing the feel of a world with environmental storytelling through visuals, music, a few quests here and there, enemy types, and it really feels good. It's hard to put it in any other terms. The places that exist in this game feel the most like a world that I have been in. From the music, the way that the world is built, the questing, and everything about it, it just feels right. I don't really know how else to put it. And while it is that classically inspired monster killing game, it still has a lot of lightness to it, and that is perhaps due to its graphical style. Alldayerrydaybaby will be a primarily PvE focused game, and it will be centered around the good old NPC grind. It can be played solo, though grouping is where the team behind the game thinks the most fun can be had, so expect rewarding group-focused content. There are quests, crafting, and other things to occupy your time as well, but one thing that isn't currently on their radar for the game is PvP. So I guess for that, go play Ashes of Creation. The game doesn't have a release date out there yet, and playtests are sporadic, with the best way to stay informed is simply to be in their Discord. For example, a random December 6th, 2025, they dropped a surprise announcement of the Flash test to show off their new server architecture. So you need to kind of jump in there to get any kind of notifications of the playtests. Scars of Honor is a World of Warcraft inspired free-to-play MMORPG in development for about the last 5 years or so from Beast Burst Entertainment. Scars of Honor I found intriguing because it looked like it was trying to harness some of what made World of Warcraft special early on, including something I have seen very few MMOs do well since: Battleground PvP and Arena PvP. They also wanted to bring in dungeons throughout the leveling process by including dungeons that scale while you level and add increasing difficulty, new mechanics, and increased loot. This game looks like it may have gone through a couple iterations over the years, because it was originally a Kickstarter MMO that had a couple different things like mount breeding and actually had a mobile component, but I don't know if that's still the plan, because when you go look at their new version on the actual Steam webpage, things are a bit different, because now it's focusing on not being pay to win. It's focused on skill-focused combat, deep build customization with this web that looks a whole lot like a kind of medium-sized version of a Path of Exile web, and their whole shift on this ever-shifting dungeon where every time you go into the dungeon, it's different. The challenges are different, which does sound pretty freaking cool. It sounds like they may have focused on the things that they may want to get into the game instead of trying to put everything in all at once. And if that's the plan, and they've actually ditched the mobile, that sounds great. As long as the lore of the game is interesting enough to hold attention, and and as long as the combat feels meaty, if it feels good and kinetic, at least as good as WoW's combat has felt, then I can see at least this game getting some kind of playback. But one of the most important things is that this game will have to have at least some kind of player base, because if those battleground queues don't pop and those arena queues don't pop, that's going to lose a huge part of the reason to play. So here's hoping that when this game does eventually come out, we get to see a decent, healthy player base. Now, they did mention in a recent stream that there's going to be a demo on Steam, so hopefully we'll get to actually see that soon. And that demo was going to have PvP, it was going to have one of the first dungeons, you'd be starting at a decent level to be able to put in all these different talent points and actually see some of the game. So hopefully we'll be getting that soon, because that was in December of 2025 that we were told the demo would be coming soon. So I'm really hopeful, because I want to play this and I want to see if it feels good, because it's looking a lot better than it did in the past. It has an obvious art style, it has a clear vision, and I want to see this game come to pass. The next game is the last game on this list that
Keep thinking that I should go back to an MMO that's forced sociality, maybe even like Horizon, and just join like a group and just be in the group, you know, but I don't know. I don't think there's a game out there that's offering me the combat that I want. WoW Classic is going to TBC, which makes Priest a lot more attractive to me, because Holy Priest gets something called Circle of Healing in the Burning Crusade, which makes it super good. What era does Priest get Circle of Healing? What era did Priest get Circle of Healing? Maybe I should level a Priest. I don't even know if I'm paying for WoW right now. Let's see if it'll tell me on the app. Oh, is it Twilight Ascension? It is. So when is my... Oh, 14. I have 14 days. Okay, I got 2 weeks, huh? Oh, Twilight Ascension hit, and that is something to do. I can do storms for gear now. Wow. Night Slayer. I could get all geared up. No, I know the combat's not good enough. I want more action heals than what I'm getting, and I don't know what it is. I want like Overwatch heals or something in an actual RPG, and I don't know what that would be. Maybe Guild Wars 2 or something. I really don't know. I miss New World healing. What do I do here? This is where I want to put my rest. This little triway here. Because there's lots of stuff here. Hi, kitty. You want to sit on my lap? You're a lovely kitty. I love you. Okay, established, which is good, and I can just teleport home now and do other stuff. I love Enshrouded. Oh, kitty, I love y'all. Well, Classic Anniversary, I suppose, is like a mode I haven't done, and I could try to go Circle of Healing Priest. And just play Holy Priest, because Holy Priest isn't that bad. You know, it's fine. It's slow. It's fuck slow. But you could sit there and spam Qs. I've done it a lot. I don't think I want to get back into World of Warcraft. I don't think I want to get back into Rust. I think I just want to keep moving forward to new games. And I think the time that I would spend on World of Warcraft, I'd rather spend... Well, I'm going to do Midnight. I suppose the pre-patch is something worth doing. I don't know if I can run this right now. I have once human running. I don't know. Let's see how WoW plays in the background, I guess. WoW Classic Anniversary. It's a hell of a grind to do the Burning Crusade Classic thing. It's like a really extreme grind. I could play a new class, I guess. I could go like full feral. Tree. Might make it interesting, but no. I think... Oh, I don't know. I don't want to do WoW all over again. I'm just looking for I want the Holy Trinity in my life on the daily. And I'm thinking the Horizon was actually the best place to be for that, which is fucking dumb. I came back to dump. Yeah. I want to try an experiment. I'm going to pull all the mats that I can out of all the boxes and just see if I can combine a little bit. How do I do that? Is it F? That's F. Stack what we can stack out of all of these boxes, right? Consolidate. All they really are is dump boxes, but if I can consolidate, it would be better. Good. So, now we go back to an empty box. Mortal's a good modern MMO that I like, but I've got to go someplace where I'd be way less harassed, like Toxai. Take my main to Toxai. That would be a cheap solution. I don't know. Yeah, and there we are. I'm getting down to where, like, nice, we made some room in the boxes now. In here somewhere is a stack of wolf meat that I spent a long time, like procuring. And I have to find it because I kind of need that. Damage 16 daggers, I'm gonna cut it, I'm just gonna sell it. That thing too, I'm just gonna, oh, I don't know, I guess you can't. Yeah, there's raw wolf meat, but where's like that here stack of wolf meat that I cooked? It was here and I was like, oh good, a whole stack of food. I forgot that I spent the time to do that, but I definitely did. I think I can switch back to my headphones now, I'm gonna check. Yep. We will switch. Okay, so you will turn off. And we will use my iPods for a while. Now, yeah, this is everything I need except for the wolf meat. Ah, there we go. Very good. So you, and you are my food. You should go in there. That staff is really bad. I'm just gonna... Or, well, I guess it's a different style of staff, I guess. I don't know, maybe staffs are worth keeping. Anyways, good. Sounds better on the iPods, yeah, definitely. Sounds came through, yep, sounds came through. So, I don't know, but... Oh, I was gonna make a shotgun. Yeah, that damage is like not that amazing. I think the LMG just ends up being the best one, just sort of by default. I had the beryllium crystals I need for this, but not the standard parts, which is just crazy. I have to go back for standard parts, I guess. They changed how annoying it is to get guns. Ooh, adrenaline shots. Give me a lot of them. Yeah, give me like 4s. And, that'll use all of my acid, though. We'll take one. One shot. Rawhide's good. We need that. Dough, fish bait, treatment, that takes acid though, which I would prefer to spend on ammo. I need to make a gun, I do. If not, I need to make pistol bullets at the very least. I want a shotgun, but I don't know what I don't have. It's standard parts, and it's just exploring the wilderness, which sucks. Oh no, that's tier 1. I'm sorry, that's tier 2. Oh, we can make the shotgun now. I have everything I need. Oh good, okay. This is great. This is great. Here we go. Yeah, we'll take a shotgun. I like the sniper because you can shoot things from far away, but I also, and I need work with it. Yeah, we'll take you as a primary. Hi, kitty. Yeah, the damage is just not really comparable to the sniper rifle or whatever. And this is more of like a Grumble BP. I don't know why, but I would use the Gulp's lore, I guess. Yeah, 287 at this level is pretty good. 32 is pretty good with a 75 mag, and I just don't really see beating that kind of math, and I'm just gonna take this thing. Just for the fire rate. It at least kills things. I'll go shotgun LMG. Gonna break these guns. Go a little bit mass back. Okay, now we're gonna gear up these weapons. First comes the shotgun. Burn. So if I open melee and close shotgun, I get a bonus. Oh good, I have a scope for it, which is good. Although I don't know, is the scope any good? It's prismatic sight. Oh, it's 3x optic. I don't need a 3x optic on a shotgun. Yeah, I don't want that. But I do want this. The laser sight's good. Fruit, I think is what I'm supposed to do. Meat. Oh no, you can't. They don't stack. So meat, fruit. Water. Meat, fruit, water. And then I sleep. Or no, I guess I am rested. And then... So I guess I put this away for now because I don't need it totally. I have 2 stacks of fruits. We have 2 stacks of bandages. I go down over here. I guess, yeah. The elixir. We could do the elixir on the second bar. And then... Normally I would have heal stuff here. I guess I could stick the lockpick on the bar. That would work. And there we have a much more uniform bar. Okay. I'm gonna put gems in items. Additional cutting weapon damage and buff duration. After sprinting for a short turn, the duration refreshes every time damage is dealt. Nice, so I'm gonna put that on my main sword. So we travel to home 1 real quick. Muzzle, scope, everything else works out. The laser sight's on it. I don't want this 3x scope, I don't think. I don't know. Does it matter? I don't think it matters. We'll try it. Let's see the action on it, I guess. Oh, I need to repair. Okay, so south of me is a gem forge, which is where we're going. It's odd because I usually have like this water aura. I guess you don't have it when you're not hurt. Food, water, berries? No. Yeah. Berries are a little bit quicker. Good penny buns around here. This master is too loud now, and I'm going to turn it down. There is honey here. Penny buns. There's bugs flying around that bush. Oh yeah, the gem forge. I was like, why am I out here? There's lots of stuff here. Oh god, did I fall? Where is the gem forge? Location reached. Sweet. You insert to you. Springland Shroud Layers, Archaic Essence. Aww. Springland Shroud Layers, Archaic Essence. Archaic Essence, huh? Okay. Well, I didn't know, so now we go back out again. shotgun. We're gonna go and take a look at this LMG. And, ooh, suppressor. Basic suppressor or large suppressor. It's not excited. 4x or 3x. We'll do 4x on LMG. I mean, I could use it like a sniper rifle. It's interesting. Mobility, aiming speed, stability. That's worth more. Stability and accuracy. I think the accuracy might be worth less. Mobility, stability. By horizontal grip. Let's go. Now I need copper LMG ammo and shotgun ammo. It takes ingots, yeah, shotgun AP ammo takes ingots, does it? Ingots are fine. That's half my gunpowder. Oh, gunpowder. Let's make gunpowder. Gunpowder will take charcoal. I don't have charcoal. Okay, so now, oh look, it's like all foggy and shit. Yeah, it is all foggy. Now what? Now I drop these gems in the box. Gem. I'll just dump, that's ice bolt, is it? Yeah, ice bolt's good. So when I want to come over here, just say Shadar or whatever. Did I put something away? I don't think I did. No, I think I'm okay. 5-minute duration. Light. Wisp of light. Let's figure out what it does first. You want me to go into Shroud Lair? I'll go into a Shroud Lair, yeah. Give me elixir of light. Oh, look, it is a light. I'll farm the shroud for a bit. Where am I currently? Maybe it would be better to journey into the shroud over there. But I'm already in the shroud, so I'll go back out. Okay, so I want to go to home level 1. I don't know. Oh, my pretty kitty, I don't know. I've never explored south of the Cinder Ball. Let's try from that direction. I like the Cinder Light. It's actually really cool. I do like that. It looks fucking sweet. Now we're going due east. Up to the stratosphere. Oh! I hit a tree. What was this? Am I being pursued? Oh, whoa. Honey and wax. Some kind of loot. Nice. War, alchemical theories, new lord page, general, alright, now we go. Whoop. Sorry, kid, I have to stretch my legs out. Yeah, a little bit. Ah. Okay, you can come back, sit back down if you want. You sit back down? Sorry, kid, I have to stretch my legs. Want to sit down? Yeah, you can sit back down if you want. Yeah, you're a good kitty. You want to sit down? No? You want to put the pad? Where am I now? I'm going east. I'm trying the eastern route here to see if it's faster. Ooh, what was that? Ooh, what's this? Is it afternoon? Ooh, it's a flame shrine. Nice, that's good. Flame shrines are good. Spark times 2. What's a spark do? Ah, nice. Salt. And fiber and resin. I really should break all this stuff, huh? I noticed that I'm not carrying a second torch, which isn't that good. Maybe I best use a sword. I should keep a box of torches. End of early access area. Turn back now. Oh, okay. Okay, so we hit the wall.